So welcome everyone. My name is Navtej Purewal and I'm here in the Department of Development Studies. And this is the UK workshop, which is the second and final workshop of the Grid Heritage Project. This project is a collaboration between the University of Sussex, JNU, and SOAS, and has been funded by the Arts and Humanities Research Council UK and the Indian Council for Historical Research, and has been supported by the Sussex Asia Centre, the South Asia Institute here at SOAS, as well as the Jena Declaration. So just to give a very brief backdrop and background to what GRID, this project, is about, our approach has been informed by gender and intersectionality on Indian and diasporic heritage by centering and looking at the intersecting lines of gender, caste, class, race, ethnicity, in how heritage and heritage work are practiced, appreciated, engaged, and supported at multiple levels, local, national, and transnational. One of our lines of inquiry has been to unpack and unsettle and even dismantle hegemonies, hierarchies, inequalities, and divides when considering how heritage is produced. And of course, that's informed by looking through the lenses of gender, class, caste, ethnicity, race, region, sexuality, among other markers, vectors of difference and inequalities. In the first workshop, which was hosted by JNU in February earlier this year, we had a very rich number of discussions with artists, practitioners, and academics, as well as an online tour of the physical exhibition at JNU titled All Canaries Bear Watching, which was curated by Premjish Achari, who is with us here today. Today's workshop will be focused on diaspora in the UK, and we have a really exciting program of speakers and presenters with the launch of the virtual online exhibition, musical breaks, and a round table. So it promises to be another engaged and engaging day. So just a few housekeeping issues. Please keep your sound on mute for those of you who are joining us via Zoom. And we will be having a Q&A function, not through the chat, but just through the Q&A function for any questions or comments that would like to be posed by people who are listening in. So now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce Anand Chhabra. Anand is the director of the Black Country Visual Arts, and he initiated and worked on the award-winning photographic archive on Punjabi migration to Wolverhampton, 1960s to 1980s. He's a co-founder and director of Black Country Visual Arts and initiated and profiled the Apna Heritage Archive. He's worked on a number of other projects, and I think I'll allow Anand to actually speak about his work. So I'll pass it over to you now, Anand.
Thank you for that update. Appreciate that. That's great. I was going to share my screen now. Sorry, I started because I thought I was asked to start, so that was a bit of a confusion. So just very briefly, and just to say thanks to Sanjukta Ghosh for inviting me here as an inaugural speaker today for the Grid Heritage Project. I'm really honored to be here and to be asked to speak and start the whole proceedings, which is wonderful. So just to clarify very quickly, just in case you're not you're au fait with the terms of what the Apna heritage means. Apna is a Punjabi word which is used distinctly amongst the very highly populated community of Wolverhampton as meaning something that belongs to us, it's ours. So it just made sense to create a project called the Apna Heritage Archive, which was about the Punjabi migration to the city of Wolverhampton as a photographic journey from 1960 to 1989. And further briefly, just to say that the main reason why we did it, going across the archives across the Black Country, even in the city of Wolverhampton, where they host a 30,000 image bank of images, there was not a single image, not one image recorded anywhere in the Black Country of this great community that exists and has migrated here from that period of time, from the 1960s to the 80s, which I found quite offensive, to be honest with you. And so it began this process of collection of these images to readdress this fact. So just to give you a little bit more direction about what I'm going to do in the next 20 minutes. So I should take about 5 minutes to talk about the Apna Heritage Archive in context, so you have a better understanding about what it was. And then secondly, I'm going to look about the stories of marginalization and intersection to do with the research for the Grid Heritage from within the context of the archive, the Apna Heritage Archive, through a recent project, a Mother India project, where I was asked to respond to the Mother India theme, along with a number of other artists, by an organization called Kala Fool, which is a very fascinating research into how the archive recognizes the theme of the film Mother India and what we found. So that should really hit the notes with your kind of things that you're trying to address today as well as the research for the Grid Heritage Project overall. So that should take the bulk of what I'm trying to say. So let's begin. So Indian migrant workers have been present in the United Kingdom's county of the West Midlands since the 1930s. Initially, they were mostly men. However, by the 1960s, many of the men had married Indian women, which meant that over time, more families migrated to the region. They found work in the manufacturing, textile and service sectors across an area known as the Black Country, consisting of the metropolitan boroughs of Dudley, Sandwell, Walsall, and Wolverhampton. So Wolverhampton is the only city within that region. Walsall, Dudley are the towns, and Sandwell is another region. It's not officially recognized Black Country, but that's where it sits, just to give you some sort of idea of whereabouts we're talking about. So the Indian migrant workers gradually became subject to racial abuse and discrimination, largely fueled by two infamous politicians, Enoch Powell, an MP for the city of Wolverhampton at the time, and Pete Griffiths, who was the MP of Smethwick. Despite the opposition, many local people of the Black Country welcomed the migrants, and soon enough, desi pubs, Indian shops, local music, and vibrant local multiculturalism altogether has turned into a source of pride for the people living across the region. So as of 2020, approximately 40,000 people, 15% of the city of Wolverhampton, make part of the Punjabi community, making it the largest Punjabi community in the United Kingdom outside of London. So in 2016, members of Black Country Visual Arts, a local community-led cultural organization of which I'm director, established a digitally based photography archive with a view to increasing the visibility of UK-based Punjabi migrants in British society. Largely all the things that we did, we were at the Seek UK survey UK, invited by the University of Wolverhampton to set up our banners. And to cut a long story short, you know, I've got this quote up here: it's often men who take the images, yet it's women who are the gatekeepers to the memory. We found that it was through the women in the day centers, largely the elderly women, who were the key to opening up the door to collect the images that we needed. So we had a dedicated archive space in this picture where we invited the day centers to come along to have a look at what we're doing. Then the pennies started dropping and people started giving their images for collection. And we eventually, within 2 years, collected 2,000 images. So I'm going to jump the gun a little bit. So broadly speaking, we attempted to capture the cycle of life of digitizing photographs of births, marriages, and deaths, but we found it equally historically and sociologically important to digitize photographs showing material objects such as first cars or television sets, because they demonstrate social mobility and the aspiration to settle. So by 2018, we had digitized over 2,000 photographs and made fully accessible online by the Black Country Visual Arts website, BCVA. You can click on any of those images online. People can now respond from all over the world, images that were laid into people's homes. It's on our social media, on Instagram, et cetera, et cetera. So the other thing, final, I want to talk about was the importance of the experience that archival photographs differently have in gallery spaces when surrounded by others with whom they have something in common. We have used some of the digital files to create photographic enlargements for exhibitions in the India and UK. And on numerous occasions, we were contacted by individuals who were able to help us elaborate the metadata. So we invited the day centers, they were able to see themselves on the wall. People engaged with our photo studio, makeshift photo studio, which also further marketed the project. We had a file reference, as you can see on the bottom right, starting with AH. Each image had a file reference. There were 200 images from each decade on a loop on the wall, and people could sit in front of them and then find out from those file references the who, what, where, when of the images that were available at the gallery as well. Here's a couple who found themselves on the wall of, and they weren't aware, but their brother gave us the archive, but they were there that day and they said, that's us on the wall. So all this kind of thing happened. The lady on the left here, she didn't recognize the father properly. Her husband said, that's your dad. She said, it can't be. But when they looked, and sure enough, not only she found pictures of her dad, but on the right, her grandfather as well, which brought her to tears, but she never thought she had any images of her grandfather, but another member of the community had donated those images for the archive as well. So moving on, that's it in a nutshell. So I'm going to slow things down a little bit and talk through the images a bit more. So yeah, so I did 10 images, and the challenge that I found about this Mother India Commission when I was asked to respond to the film through the utilizing the archives about the Mother India and how that, looks at intersectionality, gender, representation in front of a complementary and egalitarian societies, etc., those kinds of things. And the big challenge I found in researching the project was initially, I think Mahmood Khan, made this figure, Radha, who's the central figure, who's left alone after her husband deserts her in the film, and she's put as people saw it as some sort of goddess, some kind of superhuman that would look after through the themes of self-sacrifice, through motherhood, looking through all these things of gender, sexuality, all these kinds of things at that time, how she would respond as a lone figure within Indian society, which I found wonderful to think about. But then come down to the 60s and 70s, a feminist said, this was a wrong thing to do, was to profile her as a goddess, because it puts too much pressure on the female form or the female figure within society. It's not a good thing. So that was the kind of challenge looking through it. But I think there's truth telling within the archive that speaks for itself from what I found, which is a wonderful experience. So to begin with, I'm just gonna just change my format on my screen so I can see it better. Yeah, so this lady here is Sarabjit Kaur, standing in East Park, Wolverhampton, 1973. So I love this picture because a picture speaks 1,000 words, I think, in all of these images, the truth telling, even though they're being garnered from people's family albums, is that she's got her back almost to this, indigenous white community within the city, but dressed as a Punjabi woman, which I kind of think it's some form of resistance, because all societies and all communities, men or women, there's the degrees to which they assimilate. And for many years, I was brought up believing, people who don't speak English, even my dad was a staunch believer that you had to integrate into society, you had to learn the language. And he used to kind of chide people, who didn't learn the language while they were in the country that they settled. But I think, I don't buy that anymore, just simply because in all cultures, in all societies, there's varying degrees to which a society will integrate. But I find this a fantastic image because it kind of speaks of the resistance that she had, where she wants to, identify herself as a Punjabi woman living in this community. So yeah, this next picture is just embodies, I haven't got the permission to tell you exactly who, but even though it's labeled as Premjish Singh Sohi, it's not about this baby. But there was a story I found of a lady who lived on our street when we collected the images, not through me, but through a colleague. He collected the images and he came back to me and he said, this is an amazing story that she told about when she had a baby, her brother-in-law in India, her husband's brother, couldn't have children. So I think the first baby that they have, they actually gave the baby over to that family in India, went to travel to India. So this opens up huge questions about how, in terms of ethics, it's that ethical. But this is just a family that just did it out of the kindness of their heart, in one sense, just acted on impulse to a degree. What couldn't have been impulse, but I suppose that's a wrong word to use, but they thought through what the consequences were going to be. But again, it talks about the self-sacrifice and love that between families in terms of continuing the pain of loss that self-sacrifice kind of brings as well, which I found a phenomenal kind of thing, really. It really brought me to tears because it shocked me. My mum knew the woman. We knew her very well. She'd always come to our house and have cups of tea, but this side of the story, I never knew anything at all about. So these kind of things often happen within Asian families as well in India. It's not just a sole incident as well. So this next picture is again of Raghuvir Kaur, again showing the pride in material possessions. And it's important to say at this stage, I suppose, that the timing of where people lived in the 60s, 70s, 80s, it was a very much what I call a complementarian society compared to what is advocated today as egalitarian, all sexes are equal. In complementarian societies, and certainly around the community I grew up in, because it was fully Punjabi, and I joke to my friends that we didn't even know that there were any other people in the world until we got to school, you know, when we realized that there were other people that weren't Punjabi, because it was densely populated Wolverhampton, especially in the area where we lived. Everybody was Punjabi as far as we knew. And in that community, we knew, you know, we had the binary tradition of men and women in their homes, where majority of the kids still laud today, you know, they felt safe. It was a wonderful time growing up. But that complementary view was this, that, you know, the men and women were different. They assumed different roles within the family, but they were treated as co-equals at the same time. So they just assumed different roles. And that's what the thinking was at that time. So, you know, that's the reason why you have a picture of a woman in a car, because they're granted, they could drive their own cars within the context of that complementarian kind of thinking, but not necessarily maybe do heavy industrial work. That was the role of the man at that time. So I'm going to kind of move on a little bit, just because where I'm in time, and come back to some of the other images I've just flown past. Here's an image of Kanchan Jain, which is one of the most intriguing images I find within the archive, because, you know, when I looked at this image, when I first saw it, it just kind of gripped me how, you know, the ladies at the front, they're kind of sitting slightly away. They're almost, Mrs. Jane's dressed up in her sari, is almost like the invisible woman, you know, in the picture. And then I was interested because Mrs. Jane is a character that she led at the age of 80s and 90s. She only just recently passed away a couple of months ago. And she led one of the day center groups, and she was the one really behind us, helping us and egging on. And she wasn't, you know, herself, her husband's Punjabi, but she became fully Punjabi because she lived in the area. And, you know, she just joked with me once. She said, I'm learned Punjabi myself because I've realized, you know, if you can't beat them, join them in the community. And she did great work amongst the Punjabi ladies. She was also a woman who in the 70s, she was an educated woman, and she didn't want to be a stay-at-home mother. She described the time she almost died coming over in the boat. She joined her husband, who came here first. He arrived by plane. And she kind of didn't want to, you know, be a stay-at-home mother. She had two small young children. She turned around to her husband. Look, she said, I can't be doing this. She said, I'm an educated woman. I need to lend my hand, do something in terms of work. I can't just stay here. I'll just go crazy. So eventually she becomes a teacher in Bingley Primary School, but was harassed and really bothered her in the way the head mistress, I think she's sitting right in the bottom center there, treated the children at the school. And so she walked into her office one day, to cut long story short, and she said to the woman, she said, I've seen the way you're treating Black Asian kids. She said, I'm resigning today, or you can sack me, but whatever happens, I'm no longer going to work in this school because of the way you're treating Black and Asian children in your school. So what's important to say here is that, you know, Pal, who made the speech in 1968, he brought into the consciousness, because I have photos in my archive of men and women from the 1950s who were easily integrated and being part of society as if they were brothers and sisters. I'm talking white collar jobs from the 50s, blue collar jobs. Everyone treated them like they were, you know, a very special part of the community. But since that speech was made, you know, everything went downhill. It affected everything, not only in the city, but nationally, because it brought into the consciousness that these people aren't welcome here anymore. And so she felt that. Eventually she was moved to a school in the most densely populated area for Punjabis, where we also have our dedicated archive in Blakenhall, Wolverhampton. And she happily worked there for about 25 years after that, because the council was very frightened about what had happened to her, and whether what kind of concerns that would bring out within the city. So yeah. Yeah, so another really good picture within the archive, you know, this kind of early years family sitting at home brings a lot of memories for me, because it's what it was about, where our mothers used to cook these amazing dishes. We were in neighbors' houses. This is always something that was always going on. You'd invited for tea, for samosas. The hospitality was second to none. People would meet in their families. And, you know, this is where the food just became, obviously, from here, home cooked meals, and now, you know, an international thing, you know, but it all started within the home. And it's something that is very highly valued amongst Punjabis of my generation, certainly. They talk about the nostalgic things when they see pictures like this in the archives and what our mothers did for us. So that, yeah, this is the next picture, late 80s, so right at the end of the 80s. We have a picture from Ravinder Kaur Chana's pictures. This is her friends that were taken at a Christmas party at the factory Benjamin Parks & Son in Carnegie Street Industrial Estate in Tipton. And, you know, this really struck me because this is the thing about sisterhood, togetherness that the community felt working in a foreign land, a black country, in a factory. There was always division. So just to illustrate this, is the next picture. This is also taken at the same time, a Christmas time party. And Mrs. Ravinder Kaur told me that this is the only time that was a happy moment amongst white communities, because normally white working classes and them always clashed because the white working classes didn't like what they ate, how they dressed, you know, how they were always speaking in Punjabi. There's communication issues, etc., etc. So they never quite got on with each other because of difference in culture. And this is her, Mrs. Ravinder Kaur, pictured here. She's a fascinating character in herself because she worked 2 or 3 jobs, and a lot of women had to do this in the 70s, 80s time when the kids were growing up. Excuse me. And what happened was, you know, it just shows the tenacity. I remember when I interviewed her, she was at home and she still had a sewing machine in one corner, forgive me. And she had a sewing machine in one corner. And she said that's the machine I use is still there, because a lot of the work that the Indian women did was around sewing machines and going into factories, looking after the kids in the afternoon, etc., etc. So figure 9. Yeah, this is interesting because now we're talking about the second generation of women and how they responded to culture and how they lived with their own identity. So in the 60s, 70s, Hindi film, The Black Country, was shown in a few local cinemas that were owned by the Punjabis, including on that famous Dudley Road where a lot of things happens, a little area called Little India within Wolverhampton. So they, it was only until the video cassette recorders launched around the market in the 1978, local corner shops, independent video hire stores, Bollywood films were set for Asian families in densely populated areas of the Black Country. So the viewing of the films moved to the home environment, so that adventures of romance, drama, Hindi films were now enjoyed in domestic privacy. You see the Bollywood film stars and this young lady in the early 80s, second generation Indian, you know, very proud of taking a picture to her idols. So the films had a very distinctive visual style. It combined spectacle, action, emotion, and facilitated cross-cultural understanding and was embraced by all South Asian families. So it was only after a decade in the 80s, which is interesting, that some Indian youth felt that Hindi films isolated their community even more. Yet others, especially young girls of the second generation migrants, saw themselves being liberated to the pleasure that the films gave them, and also helped them sustain links within the Indian culture and its multiple identities. Again, there's a famous film that we all may have heard of, and I'll finish on this one, I think because of time. Yeah, so Giggu, Neelu and Niru Gai with friends, Scarborough in England in 1981. So there's a famous film called Baji on the Beach. And it was a very fascinating film because it dealt with the theme of assimilation, particularly for the South Asian community. Blackpool was a place in early years of migration that Punjabis went to during the summer holidays. We remember them very well, especially with groups of children, etc., and families. And there was also some little bit of a clash going on between older and younger family members because of the tension of the generation gap. You know, you couldn't just wander into the town center in fear of some white guy or black person would, you know, start to talk, chat up the women, those kinds of things that the film also addressed. So this picture obviously reminds us of all the things that that kind of thing, the issues that were of that prevalent of that time, not only the film address, but was a very real thing within that time. Yeah, so the other thing to say is younger generation grew to have beliefs that elder mothers would tend to object to, and older generations would often frown upon younger generation who'd rather study art while their parents were set on them having a medical career as well. So the identities that the young women held on to was now in having a clash, living in a Western society with what their parents had come to believe as well. Okay, I think I'm almost done. Have I got much more time? I think I got 3 or 4 minutes, so I'm going to go back to some of the other images that I started with. So this is another fascinating character, Myrtle Shakes. I actually spoke to Myrtle a few months ago because she's a Jamaican lady who was a tenant at the P.R. Hare family. So Mr. Hare set up a store in 1961. There was only one other shopkeeper who set up at the same time as Mr. Hare in the whole of Wolverhampton. And only till just before lockdown, he stopped working in the shop. And he was 90, I believe. Now, in the early 60s, he took in Myrtle and her sister to live in the house for free, but she wouldn't have it. She didn't want to do anything for free. She wanted to work within the homes. And what was fascinating was here was Myrtle Shakes, and yet Qatar Kaur, the husband of Mr. P.R. Hare, they got on like a house on fire, but spoke very little of the common English language. And she was telling me to this day, that she's highly revered within the family. The sons, everybody talks about her, and they visit her quite often in Jamaica. And there was this togetherness, again, sisterhood between different ethnicities, women to men and men to men, because they all lived and migrated in the same time. So we had the whole Windrush generation of the 50s and the 60s. And so we grew up with that kind of West Indian community, and we find affinity with that community quite a lot, and we understand each other in terms of what we've been through in those early years and how life was, etc. So yeah, I think I'm going to finish there, actually. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Anand. That was a really, really fascinating talk with some really powerful images there, which of course just highlights the depth and breadth of the work that you've been doing. I don't know if we have any, might have time to see if there are any questions that have been posted. I don't see any questions here. Sanjukta, would you like to? Do we have time? Do we have time? I mean, for any questions, I'd be happy to ask. But there's a lot. There was a lot in there. There was actually some, I think, some comments. I don't know in the chat.
I have a question for Anand in terms of how did you retrieve all these photographs? Did you ask people individually? Did you go to community centres or places of worship? And when did you start collecting?
Yeah, we started collecting right at the beginning of the Heritage Lottery funded project. So we collected right at the beginning of 2016, but we were totally inexperienced. So we forgot that, number one, we're strangers to the community. So how are they going to trust us? We just thought because we were Asian, could speak Punjabi, we'd be okay. That didn't happen. So the first 11 months, I only had 27 images from my own family album. My colleague had relatives. I have no relatives in England, so he had relatives. He collected about 200 to 300, but I thought we're stuffed. What are we going to do? We had to try to change tack. And once number one thing we did was to change tack and forget about archive and heritage and talking about that to the community, because they just nodded their heads and that was it. We said to them, hang on, you came here with £3 in your pockets. Do you want your grandchildren to forget what you did? Oh no. You suddenly caught them. There was a hook there in the emotion that they didn't want to, lose this kind of thing. So that's when and the second thing was we invited them, we set up a dedicated archive in Wolverhampton. I don't know why I've got an echo, but so basically we set up that dedicated archive space. That's when people saw, oh, this is really real. We had ephemera cabinets. There's so many other things going on within that space. And then people just started giving out the images once they trusted us, once they saw what we did, once we built up that relationship, once we took a different approach, and then we started collecting. Is that answering your question, by the way? Have I digressed? Raminda, is that, yeah? Okay, great.
So can I ask a little question? Everyone says they came with £3 in their pockets. Is that true? And did they also bring any photographs with them?
Yes, a good question. Yes, they did bring photographs with them. It may not happen straight away. It may happen on the visit back to India and then coming back, because without doubt, there's a whole collection of images that we have of what the Punjabis looked like when they first arrived from India, that were taken in India, of them and their families. So they've had that as our families did. So, which was kind of revealing, because everyone's forgotten what they actually looked like and how good that community really did. You know, you didn't have the kind of obesity issues or whatever in the majority of the pictures from what we see, and they look really beautiful. And people have forgotten them, how young they look. That was a striking thing I found. But they did collect those images. And in terms of £3 in your pocket, it's a general thing, you know, but you always get that kind of competitiveness, you know, like you see, truth is stranger than fiction. And goodness gracious me, oh, I didn't come here with £3 in my pocket. I came here with 3 pence, or I came with absolutely nothing. So there's a kind of one degree that did come with very little, you know. I mean, I remember my dad just always living, and that's the reason why he had a suitcase on top of his wardrobe, because number one, Enoch Powell was about. We don't know when you were able to be kicked out. The Kenyan diaspora community was this huge community of movement in the 60s, because they were kicked out, couldn't keep their British nationality anymore because of the independence of Kenya. So all this was going on. It was a melting pot, you know, much like what you recently somehow experienced in a different way with 2016 and populism and Trump and all that sort of stuff, and pushing against migration and Brexit. So you've had all that kind of thing. But I think, you know, I'm probably digressing, but in terms of, you know, whether they did £3, a lot of them here, from my experience, came with very, very little. And they will all instantly tell you a story of what they hear. They came with nothing, how they were sharing a room with 14 people. When they first arrived, one person comes out, one bed, you get in there to have your ship to sleep. All this kind of thing, you know, there's a lot of truth in it, as far as I can see. Maybe, you know, it might be just a metaphor at a coinage, but I think it came here with very little, apart from an invitation by the British government to work here, you know. So they came for any economic reasons, really, largely.
Anand, we've got two other questions. I'll make them very brief. Okay, one is from Chandan Mahal, who's I don't know if you want to pose it, if I was just going to read it out. Chandan, would you like to?
No, I was just interested, and thank you for that talk, just about whether there's been any discussions with the local archives about how this kind of material can work alongside the wider local archives in Wolverhampton, for example.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think that the thing about this archive, it has been deposited to the city archives, like I said. And the reason for that is obviously that now the whole of the community can see it, and in terms of research and for future generations, future-proofing the archive, it's there. It'll always be there. But the issue that I have with, in terms of the local residents right now, something I'm working on, is how do these Punjabi communities or South Asian communities now access their own archive material?
Mm-hmm.
They're not going there. So, you know, what needs to happen in our relationship with these institutions to show them the need for one to the other. And, you know, this community as well, it needs a lot of education as well, and encouragement to, you know, make that step over. But I'm trying to do that now with an organization where I'm just about to go off to, Black Country Living Museum. So we're just now going to meet with 50 of the people that we talked to in Smethwick. So we're branching out of Wolverhampton to collect further in the Black Country, but we're also engaging the institutions like the museum, because they have a collection. And that museum wasn't known for its Victorian outlook, but now it's changing to 50s, 60s. So they've now got a 60s factory they're building, and a pub where majority of Black and Asian people drank. So I said, you know, you need to bridge that gap within the community and invite them along to these things, give them a tour. We're talking about, and they're talking about, and sharing their stories through the images today as well. So that kind of thing we need to do more of.
Yeah, thank you.
And then there's one more question, which is from someone viewing, I think, on Facebook, who's asking, Rajmani Shrivastava, like to know the standards being followed by Upper Nile Heritage Archive for the digital and physical preservation of images.
So can you repeat the question?
Yeah, it sounds as though they're interested in knowing kind of the kind of methods maybe, or standards that you're applying when you're through Upper Nile Heritage Archive for the digital and physical preservation. Okay.
So basically, we're chronicling, we scan the images at high resolution. Yeah. We then assign all the images a reference number so that each one is chronicled. Then we write who's got the copyright to the image. On the same line, we fill up a database, you know, with that file reference, who the picture is, where it's taken, who's in the photos, who owns the photograph, that kind of thing. What we do lack at the moment is probably more stories, which is where I'm going, more in-depth stories from each of the images. We just collected 2,000 images outright. But once we digitize the images, we scan them, we give the originals back. We don't keep those. They're people's family heirlooms, obviously. So that's the kind of protocols that we've been taking in terms of how we kind of, you know, record the history between behind the images. We also have a physical collection, which we printed out again, has a file reference number. We have archival ACID free boxes which keep a select number of images on. I just want to quickly show you those. They're just here. So they're in a box like this, and they've again got the file reference, and there's an Excel document contained within this box that people can again research about who, what, where, when, etc. I hope that answers the question.
Sounds like it.
A little bit.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Anand, for this really, really wonderful inaugural note to begin our workshop today. And I know that you have to go elsewhere, but if you can come back again, we'd love to have you as well.
Yeah. My sincere apologies. I don't think it's going to happen because obviously it was moved from 28th to the 7th, and I was already had things engaged. I would love to have stayed longer. But thank you all for attending today and for the invitation again, Sanjukta. Pretty appreciate it. And for chairing this Navtej, just very good. Yeah. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you, Anand, as well from my side.
Thank you.
So
Someone has asked for Anand's email, so we could send that later.
okay. Okay, so next I'm going to be passing it over to Sanjukta Ghosh, who is in the SOAS South Asia Institute, who has been curating the online exhibition for the UK part of it, but also has been involved in some capacity with the India side too. We have basically this is the official launch really of the online exhibitions for the entire project. So I'll pass it over to you, Sanjukta.
Thank you, Tej, for introductions. I'm going to start sharing now, and I hope the sound is good. So this is the online exhibition that is in front of you with the various sections that I'm going to walk through. Unfortunately, this isn't anything but an online exhibition, and we've had the physical exhibition in JNU earlier, which is also something that has influenced our thinking for this. That is the title for this. We thought we'll keep as Take Us As We Are, and try and expand the remit of this exhibition to include both India-based as well as diasporic artists. So here we have the online exhibition that has got the list of all the artists that you can view. And it has a mix of both India-based and diasporic artists in the UK. And as we scroll down and look through the gallery, you will find that such nationalist categories actually blur due to their experiences, their journeys, as well as their own practices. So drawing an inspiration from a line in the poem collection by Bell Hooks is When Angels Speak of Love, this gallery that we're going to now go through, Take Us As We Are, therefore actually pitches to adopting an equal and an equalizing platform. So you will find in this mix of people that we have got here, artworks that people have done in their homes, or they have made for collectives, and some as individuals for audiences based in India and some in the UK, while some others have moved to wider circles, to wider international as well as national and international circles. And in doing so, they have probably encountered positional identities, and they have tried to work against those positional identities, whether it is based on the interstices of their gender, class, caste, ethnicity, race, disability, and sexuality, among other factors. These are kind of barriers that they've tried to break through. And it has happened across generations, older generations, as well as the newer artists who are using different mediums now to come through. So we're going to look at some of the older generation artists first to begin with, and who have been pioneers here. And in this line, you can find artists like Mohinder Bhamra. If you scroll up, you can see artists here like Shama Devi. And there's also further up, you will see there are artists who can be sort of aligned with many of the other older artists below, like Malti Rao, for instance, up here. So scrolling down, I would go to Mohinder, for instance, and look at maybe her works and the kind of challenges and beginnings that showcases both change and continuities. So if you click on each artist, you will enter this domain where the first bit will show you the images that we've collected. And the description runs through all the way, showing how her journey started. But we've not really kept to a biographical sort of scheme of things. Instead, we've looked very closely at the challenges that artists have faced and the way they've tried to negotiate and move on through their practices and through their works. So Mohinder Bhamra, for example, she may have begun with devotional songs in the Gurdwaras, which are the sacred religious sites for Sikhs, but she also ventured later into ghazals and addressed the changing community and the shifts that were taking place in England in terms of family, relationships, and work. So some of the songs that we've got here, the lyrics, for instance, that we've also got some translations, encapsulates the challenges of migration for women. And we might play this song a little bit for you so that you have a slight taste of the song.
गुलाबी जिंद दिया बर्बादी रोकी होर भी पुआरियां दे चा नी आई ना वलैत कुड़िए नी आई ना वलैत कुड़िए जे तैनू कुंड कड्डने दा चा नी आई ना वलैत कुड़िए
So yeah, I mean, that song, I really quite find that very interesting. And there's others that you can also sort of hear as you move through Mohinder's profile. And it all kind of connects with events like weddings and songs of weddings, for which she's quite well known for. And she received several awards in the music industry, influencing and paving the way for future generations. So this again raises the question about the kind of challenges that many artists faced during this time within family settings. And we can look at similar kind of challenges with somebody like Kamal Khoria, who is also is a UK-based artist. And I'm going to enter Kamal Khoria's world now and show you a few images here. And if you scroll down, we've got lots of interesting images of the rural world, which influenced Kamal's work. And it's a career that spans for over 40 years. And his practice made a significant difference to the South Asian art market in the UK and across the continents. That had very striking beginnings for him personally. In one of his interviews, he told that, despite the wider prejudice, I believe I received more discrimination from my own community, who were quite judgmental and never took me seriously. I was frequently criticized for my career choice and was often advised to steer me into a 9-to-5 job. Here, again, despite these challenges, Kamal had focused in many of his artworks, specifically on women's images. And there's many that you can see, and the document kind of shows how personal experiences and accounts actually intersperse in his style and works. And there's a very interesting video right at the end, which we managed to collect for Kamal's work, where there is a painting of an older migrant woman, and he uses his expert color and technique and composition to its finish. But before that, there's also sketches that we managed to get out of his collections and cupboard, and he very kindly gave us these. For Kamal, again, for all the images that you can see, there is this view of the woman and the bindi and the woman that he draws throughout. For instance, here in Tara, often his paintings are in the domestic space. They're in a family setting with a child or alone in private moments of contemplation. But his intention is also to show women as they are in their domestic setting, but allow them to take up the space, like you can see here in Tara, focusing on their presence as they are away from the male gaze and the patriarchal society. So that's something that runs through his works, and we can see that. For other examples, I want to move to the gallery again to showcase textile, for instance, as an example, because many of the older generation women that we have got here, you can see there's a lineup here of Gyan Kaur, for instance, right here, Gyan Kaur and Amarjit Nandra and Surjit Hussain again. So I'm just going to enter Gyan Kaur briefly and show you what we've done here is all the impressions are right at the top. If you scroll down, there's many footprints, and you can read the transcript here as we run through the video. But for now, for this program, we want to just run the video because the transcript will not capture what we're trying to show here. And one of the things I chose for today is to show you how embroidery and textiles that have conventionally been dismissed as low-class, caste, or women's work might be pursued for personal reasons, domestic use, for women's collectives. They could be also for political purposes. And the legacy of Gandhi calls to take up spinning to reject exploitative economic and political regimes of textile manufacture. So some of the embroidered work in Gyan Kaur's collections that we've collected here are part of a mother's heirloom when she got married in the 1930s in the village of Sara in undivided Punjab. And her mother's generation also wove textiles in the home using either a standing wheel or a portable spinning wheel known as the Gandhi Chakra. And in this collection, again, we have that kind of impression.
ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਬਾਹਰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਦਾ ਕੱਪੜਾ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ। ਕੱਪੜਾ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਚਾਦਰ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਜਾਂ ਖੇਸੀ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ, ਫਿਰ ਇਹ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੱਢ ਲੈਣਾ। ਅਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਪੁਰਾਣਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਅਤੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਫੇਰਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ। ਹਾਂ, ਫਿਰ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਣੀ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਪਾ ਦੇਣਾ ਉੱਤੇ, ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਪੇਟ ਲੈਣਾ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਧਰੋਂ ਧਾਗਾ ਨਿਕਲਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਆਹ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਇੱਥੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਂਦਾ, ਇੱਧਰ ਹੀ ਸੀਗਾ। ਫਿਰ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਇੱਧਰ ਆਹ ਫੇਰੇ 'ਤੇ ਨਾ ਫਿਰ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਇੱਦਾਂ। ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਤਾਂ ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਇਹ ਗਾਂਧੀ ਦੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਦਾ, ਗਾਂਧੀ ਨੇ ਚਲਾਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਸਾਡੇ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗਾਂਧੀ ਸੀਗਾ ਚਰਖਾ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਗਾਂਧੀ ਚਰਖਾ ਵੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਨਾ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਚਰਖੇ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਫਿਰ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਪਾ ਦੇਣਾ ਨਾ। ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤਕਲਾ ਉਹ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਇੱਦਾਂ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਤਕਲਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਤਕਲਾ। ਅਤੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਮੁੱਠ, ਅਤੇ ਆਹ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਸੀ ਕੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਮਾਲ ਡਿੱਗ ਪਈ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਕਰਨਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ। ਫਿਰ
ਮਾਲ ਡਿੱਗ ਪਈ,
ਜੇ ਆਹ ਲੱਥ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਸੀ ਨਾ, ਵੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਮਾਲ ਡਿੱਗ ਪਈ। ਤਕਲਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਮੂਹਰੇ।
ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦਰੀ ਬਣਾਈ ਸੀ।
ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਰੀਆਂ, ਕੱਪੜੇ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਖੇਸੀਆਂ, ਸਾਰਾ ਕੱਪੜਾ ਸੂਤ ਕੱਤਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਗਲੋਟਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਗਲੋਟਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿਣਾ। ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਦ ਬਣ ਜਾਣੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਟੋਕਰੀ 'ਚ ਰੱਖੀ ਜਾਣੇ, ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਅਟੇਰਨੇ, ਅਤੇ ਟੇਰ ਕੇ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਚੜ੍ਹਾ ਕੇ, ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਪੜਾ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਜਲਾਹੇ ਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਜਾਂ ਉਹ ਕੱਪੜਾ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਫੇਰਨਾ ਇਹ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਗਾਂਧੀ ਚਰਖਾ ਸੀ। ਇਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਗਾਂਧੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਬਣਿਆ ਸੀ ਨਾ, ਉਹਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਗੋਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਰਾਜ ਸੀਗਾ, ਉਦੋਂ ਇਹਨੇ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਕੱਪੜਾ ਬਣਾਓ ਅਤੇ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੋਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਕੱਪੜਾ ਨਾ ਲਵੋ। ਫਿਰ ਗਾਂਧੀ ਚਰਖਾ ਉਹਨੇ ਚਰਖੇ ਬਣਾਏ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਸੀਗੇ। ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਫਿਰ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਲਏ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹਨੇ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਸੀਗੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪੇ ਕੱਤੋ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਰੂਮ ਬਣਾਵੋ। ਰੂਮ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਕਾਟਨ ਜਿਹੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਤ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹਦਾ ਗਲੋਟਾ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ। ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਾਸੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪਾ ਕੇ, ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਅੱਟੀਆਂ ਬਣਾਉਣੀਆਂ। ਉਹ ਅੱਟੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਦ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਬੁਣਨੇ ਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਨਾ, ਉਹ ਬੁਣਦੇ ਸੀਗੇ। ਫਿਰ ਕੱਪੜਾ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ। ਕਦੇ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਇੰਨੇ ਮੀਟਰ ਬਣ ਗਿਆ, ਇੰਨੇ ਮੀਟਰ ਬਣ ਗਿਆ। ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੱਪੜਾ ਹੈ।
So So there's a lot of other collections here where you can look at historical works of Duri, for instance, in the 1940s. And particularly, I think this collection on the Fulkari, that the tradition of which we will talk a little bit later with other artists. In the 1940s Punjab, you can see how traditionally Fulkari would not be sold in the market, but it has got its recent revival. But before we do that, I want to turn to how others have done the work with regard to Fulkari and what it means for them. And so we turn to Surjit, for instance, and go through her works slightly, where we can see that, her Surjit is really outside the mainstream of both heritage and the arts in the UK. And her embroidery and textile work therefore fuses the more traditional techniques into original contemporary artworks that are pioneering for the South Asian diaspora context. And Surjit, when I have spoken to her, she's often told me about her extensive collection of Indian embroidered textile, and which shows her predilection for Fulkari designs, flowers and foliages, that kind of motives run through her works. And you can see how she's given the primacy to bagh or gardens. And often through travel, she would want to depict those traditional designs, but she's interested in contemporary aesthetics and how she builds it. So it's really the materials and the colors that she uses, like the bright colors of Fulkari on even weave cotton has been used in her works to break up traditional designs, just to give it a more kind of contemporary aesthetics. And even through her life, from antique subcontinental textiles to exploring free designs, that is there in the other bit here that you can see. There's a lot of free flow with a lot of contemporary ideas that comes from her travel as she tries to do. One of them, which I found particularly interesting, is the one right here, where when I spoke to her, she said, everywhere I went and everywhere I traveled in India around that time, there was lots of buildings going on. And sure enough, even when I've worked in the archives, I looked at those periods, and when she was traveling and those times, she said she visited the Jaipur Palace, which was on ongoing construction works in 2004 and 5. And that's when she wanted to look at the laborers' work and build something like how it would look like a scaffold. So she pioneered a contemporary look for diasporic textile artists. And in doing so, her experiments therefore navigate both the worlds of art and craft labor. So that's something that comes out in what she says, working on a large scale. And you can find the account of this as well, that runs through other works that's kind of intersecting with ideas that are related to labor, because she has her own experience of working in the ILO, for instance, as well. And even now, she's very involved with community activities and remains attached to community outreach works. So just to give an idea how in the gallery, therefore, you will find artists who are really, who have adapted as well the traditional styles and traditional craft. And one of the things that is worth mentioning is how, even though traditionally Fulkari wasn't sold in the market, in recent times, we find a revival with designers incorporating the pattern as well as the pattern into garments, accessories, and home decor for mass consumption. And it has also inspired other artistic works and colors, including the GRIDHERITAGE logo. So that's something you will find that is true of many artists in the gallery, and names like Dukhasyam Chitrakar, Lutfa Chitrakar, Fauzia Dastango, and Tani Madhar, who I'm going to enter now, are here to demonstrate these kinds of changes. You will hear a little bit more about the Chitrakars later when we go into the discussion in the roundtable, when we have a commemoration session with Dukhasyam Chitrakar, which is something that is worth mentioning now, that this gallery, this exhibition was really his last, and he passed away recently, as many of you will know. So Tanima here, you can see the designs and the works that she's done. She's worked as a rural advertiser in India prior to migrating to the UK, where she continues to work directly and indirectly with folk artists of India. And as a transnational artist, therefore, she engages with multiple traditions and works with a fair trade body called Shri, meaning woman, that is committed to the revival of the forgotten heritage textiles. So Project Little Writer Studio connects traditional artists to younger generations who pen their own stories. And these are some of the examples of that. Or write poetry of the folk artists, adding a bit of intergenerational depth to the visual resources that then influences her design practices. So if you look at this, for instance, right, there's lots of pictures here, but there's something that is quite striking about some of them, like the Chand Saudagar, which is a classic folk tale from Bengal. But as a wearable art, it becomes a statement about the empowerment of women, for instance. And the same thing we can say about the Ardhaneshwar thing that's here. It relays the traditional tale of Shiva and Durga, but it also represents the combined power of man and woman through a contemporary narrative based on real life experience of a transgender couple. And Tanima uses the Bengali script in some of her works. I think there's one here, which is on the textile, which again, it shows that she's able to therefore add some extra value to the cultural meanings across, and that's valued differently across generations. And so she's therefore able to diversify and communicate the motives of folk art to different audiences. And some of this is really based on her own experience, which would be worth looking.
Hi, this is Tanima from Cambridge. I work for the empowerment of women folk artists from all across India. This saree that I have designed are by two lesbian couple. Yes, coincidentally, both of them are called Rani. Both the Ranis I got acquainted with during one of my field work with a local folk artist. They belong to a place called Madhubani, which is famous for its folk art called Madhubani or Mithila painting. But back home in that part of the world, being lesbian is still a taboo. So we have decided to do this saree, which has been painted by both the Ranis, and depict the tale of their life, the agony, their anguish, and their despair. As you can see, both the Rani, they have been outcasted by the society and locked in home so that they can't meet each other. They're regularly beaten up by their family members who are trying to separate them. But it's their wish to be united someday, get married and settle down. I have tried to depict them in the frame of Ardhaneshwar, that is the combined power of man and woman, Lord Shiva and Goddess Durga in one body. Thank you. Hi, this is...
So in the gallery, therefore, we can see how the older generations who act as both inspirations and pioneers are kind of placed with many sort of contemporary artists whose artworks are appreciated as part of new as well as upcoming scenes. And so I want to turn to some of those, for instance, now to say a little bit about paintings, illustrations, and three-dimensional objects. And you can see here, Seema is listed here, as well as Janine. And then later we will move to other media artists whose artworks are kind of part of this trends here, and upcoming scenes like George, who is probably in the audience now as well. So paintings, illustrations, and three-dimensional objects that remain outside the main canons of national and diasporic narratives. They are kind of part of this gallery, and these might be by way of female and LGBTQI artists adapting historical forms for contemporary commentary on social and political life, or marginal artists who work in various media to adapt their cultural heritage in new ways, for instance. So I want to, let's say giving an illustration of painting first. Let's enter Janine, and Janine, who is also going to be there for the round table, so she can also explain a little bit more as we look at some of the works here. Janine is a queer illustrator and designer, and she lived in Bombay for 18 years before moving to London, where she's currently based. And her work draws on a mixture of Persian as well as Mughal miniatures and contemporary culture. So it's both figurative and occasionally they're surreal, using bright colors and humor with darker undertones. And here you can actually see much closer some of the works that we've got, and scroll down to see the more kind of details, because there's lots of miniature works that are here. But here we can also find lots of interesting features in Janine's work, which is again to do, say, for instance, the androgynous bird characters that appear in her paintings that are either observing or they're participating in an aloof manner. And again, if you scroll down, then there's a lot more to do with the idea of fertility, from the worship of fertility to the mechanical side of reproduction. Much of Janine's work explores a range of sexual identity as well as gender. So I think we can leave Janine later to talk more and move up to enter, say, for instance, another artist who I've already mentioned, and that is going to be sort of Seema here. Let's enter Seema. Again, Seema is a gender expansive Valmiki artist, and her practice is framed as an immersive and multi-channel theme park, which is known as Seema World. And the Seema World is therefore created with lots of digital artifacts. You can also hear Seema talk about it. She does talk about her experience of discrimination and how she uses multimedia expressions to reflect her intersectional identity. So there's a conversation here with me and Seema that is something that can be heard later, perhaps. But here again, Seema's work is to really create a world with digital artifacts and digitized works of conventional media containing amenities and services that catapult the viewer to specific portals. What is interesting is that through these portals, there's a lot of discovery of various themes like the caste system, queer socciery, non-specific and othered cultures, fan labor and gender taxonomy in the 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional mixed media. So in the gallery, you can wander into Seema's worlds. You can also listen to her talks, but most of the mixed media animation is sparked by a virtual reality experience. And it's really in the VR experience that Seema is able to create a sense of immersion and oneness and ourness. What is interesting is the mixture of archival, personal, and community footage, for instance. So I've chosen Hijra or Hire that depicts wonders of the South Asian community who are economic migrants, but often they're considered as fortune tellers. So Seema offers allusions to a character whose identity reflects layers of complexity, but they appear higher in a different reality. So let's enter a different reality for a few minutes and see.
What exactly are hijras? What reproductive organs do hijras have? How are hijras identified? Hijra equals higher. We, confined by limitation, fear and shame, live blessedly in the ethereality of a hijra's reality. That is to say that the hijra state is that of pure endlessness, beyond organ, origin and otherness. In the Western world, hijras may be identified as a transgender person parading in a parade at best. But on their own turf, they simply exist, an otherworldly power which is impenetrable to the masses. The hijra in the narrative of uterus holds power in a melting pot of hierarchy, a celebrity who, alongside another system offender they'll later face, represents two economical ends of the fluidity spectrum. Through one, will explore access to resources, or through the other, will uncover the literal fostering into the tropes of the hijra state and its effects. Their segregation has become a caste of its own. In fact, it's said that it's entirely possible for a person of a higher discipline to fall rapidly into the mud huts of society upon detection as a hijra. You see, the transition of a hijra as body, mind and mannerism means the transition of non-hijra to an immediate dreg of society. From that moment, the hijra enters an entire model of their newfound community, a hierarchy within a hierarchy. From customer service level hijra to team leader guruma, these beings exist tirelessly below and under the esteemed role of the nani guru. Hijras at all levels will learn the way of their people, down to the tiniest behaviour, which is marked as an identifier for reasons of safety and similarity. Hijras are language incarnate. The closest translation of hijra is in fact eunuch, which refers to a castrated human male. But this is far too simple and certainly doesn't unequivocally mean trans or not trans. Rather, it seems to be that the Western world conflates the terms hijra and trans. As economic migrants, hijras may sustain themselves in one of two main ways. Around the slum areas in which they mostly live, near railway stations and bus terminals, the first is through mixed performance of gallivanting, money collecting, and sex work. Stranger spectators then submit out of fear of the freaky, for nothing instills more fear than the threat of a curse. The second is as VIP guests at parties which celebrate newborn babies. Here, their job description varies, from fortune telling to blessings of health to song and dance, dependent on whether girl or boy, pink or blue, is assigned. The original gender reveal. A successful money mission requires spatial mobility, and as their bodies migrate from place to place, cell to cell, what's left is the breadcrumbling of both gender and non-gender with every prance. Indeed, hijras hold an odd sense of power, their treatment rife with both fear and respect. The fact remains that there are no facts, there are no certainties, there are only sorts, all sorts. Within a realm of such heightened fluidity, hijras are commanders of their own narrative. in the godding of nature then, hijra equals higher.
So in this art gallery, as we move through, there's other artists that you might want to also look at. We've used these kind of various techniques, and there's one quick example, if I can quickly show, which is to do with Bishi, who is a singer, electronic rock sitarist, and she uses that. There's a lot of use of dramatic kind of technology in her live performances, ranging from interactive bodysuits to live coded and mixed reality environments. You'll be able to hear many compositions that are listed here, and we have got the permissions to use them. So these would be the links that connect to some striking works, which is to do with language and technology. There's also ideas of gender fluidity that stems from her own understanding of feminine and masculine, the light and dark, the good and evil. And these are the kind of ideas that that honor, according to Bishi, multiple angles of reality as one grows up. So just as we have seen the strength of collectives among weavers and in crafts, here too, Bishi started curating digital festivals and mentors and supports the LGBTQI power of the collective. And she says collectives have become less of a taboo in the last 4 to 5 years, and a new subconscious has emerged, inspiring mentorship of emerging artists. So that's another kind of area to go into, how collectives are changing and they are actually helping to shape the lives of emerging artists as well. So the creativity of this is also something that one can see even among textile artists who have taken quite strong positions in their expressions of intersectional identities. So I want to quickly go to another artist here, and that is the works of Raisa Kabir that we can quickly enter and see how a more strident tone against social injustices and national borders, as with other artists in the gallery, that you probably will hear a little bit more from Premjish Achari, who is going to talk through many of the artists based in India. For instance, Kabir Kalamanch, Ita Mehrotra, Siddharak Olwe, Mir Suhail, the Tandil Fund of Archives. You're going to hear them more in the roundtable. And the purpose here is to actually see the various connections that one can make through the works of somebody like Raisa, who is an interdisciplinary artist and weaver. And she uses woven text, textile, sound, video, and performances to translate and visualize concepts that concern the politics of cloth, labor, and embodied geographies, for instance. There's this very striking image that we have also used in the program, for instance, where she deploys kind of an emerging language of textile practices, where you can see she joins and attaches threads while linking them to the human body and the labor of marginalized communities. So while attaching the thread to the weaver's body, we can see how the thread has a long journey that passes through various material objects, such as needles, hooks, and the shed of a loom, but using the literal and the metaphoric language of thread as one of expansion and growth, conflict and resistance, the work actually represents the lived challenges of weaving. And throughout Raisa's work, you will find that textiles are intimately connected to the resistance of displaced peoples and the linkages that are made across movements, histories, imperialism, and the ongoing sort of occupation resulting from the legacies of colonial histories as well. So turning to just as we speak of a key term like colonial histories, we can't escape the works of somebody like Amarjit Nandra, for instance, and you'll be able to look at that she's between the traditional as well as the changes here, the more younger generation like Tanima we described now, to Amarjit, who is actually, very directly, Amarjit talks about displacement for people, not just for people, but for their crafts. So Amarjit's artistic practice kind of explores textiles and mixed media to reflect on social and political issues. And her work really looks beyond the aesthetic sensibilities of textiles to probing their hidden meanings while unraveling the stories as well as the histories and memories that they tell. With all these works, I was hoping to be able to show some of the videos that we've got, where Amarjit actually reminisces how the Sikhs, Hindus, and Muslims used to stitch fulkari together, but post-partition relationships were fractured and traditional patterns of fulkari actually began to expose such divisions. And you can listen to her joining here, and it was a very special interview that was collected by Blossom Carrasco, who has designed this website. And she's done incredible work of going to Amarjit's place and collecting the story as well as the evidence here. So there's not a lot of time to show the video at the moment, but I'm sure you will be able to see that in your own time when you visit the gallery. The other interesting example that I want to also turn to is the work of Razia. Razia is listed here as well, right next to Tanima and Raisa, because Razia again is an example of how the language and the techniques of textiles transgresses borders. And it represents shared cultures and history. And we see a contemporary weaver, educator and curator specializing in hand weaving, therefore uses weaving to explore her background and heritage as a valuable part of her British Asian identity. In Razia's work, you can see the handloom weaving traditions of South Asia bears the marks of aesthetics, of labor, displacement, and migration. So one thing that's interesting, it's not just the sewing machine, but how she also refers to her cloth as democratic. And here the ikat scarf, for instance, which is titled as ikat scarf being danced with, it acquires dynamic meanings in the context of its display as well as consumption. It's got to do with the material, the dyes, the colors, the threads that are not only with the intrinsic heritage value of the weave, but it's in its making and curating, and is aligned to some external influences of Razia's work in transnational networks of art worlds. So there's also some good examples of Ramadan light installation, and there's also a talk by Razia, which is very short. We could probably look at it later if we have time, but that's where the descriptions are, and you can look at how it transcends some boundaries. But I want to also move to issues of journeys, and how that is something that again ties in with objects as well as medias and contexts, time spaces, and blurs the art and craft binaries. But we also bring up issues of journey and upbringing of the migrant that has also shaped their thinking too. And this is something that we can do with the works of George, and if we can enter his world as well. And we look at how he's brought up. There's a lot of descriptions about it, talking about the childhood filled with complex, multicultural trinity of deities, icons, and belief systems, and how that is something came about from with the move in England at the age of 10. But this kind of eclectic upbringing also has left a lot of influence on George's works in exploring ambiguous identities through his photographic and video works. So this is something that again is critical to understanding how some things that are accepted definitions, that are socially accepted definitions of the gendered body, sexually and cultural identities, are therefore looked upon and challenged. So this is an interesting journey of George that we can play.
I see my practice as an extension of my written journals, which I've kept since I was about 11 years old. The journals became drawings, then slowly in my teens became photographic. I started by taking images of myself in photo booths. I would sometimes take a bag of props to the post office where this particular photo booth was with my pound coins and make these images. There wasn't much time between the shots, so everything had to be pre-planned. It was like keeping a visual diary with no particular goal. I spent a lot of my time wanting to challenge the perceptions of what it was to be me, first generation immigrant, queer, feminine, dark-skinned and South Indian. I did this by doing extreme things to my appearance, so I appeared undefinable in some way. I think now it was more of an act of rebellion and confrontation, a bit punk-like, anti-establishment, and deeply political in its sometimes naive and fun way. I eventually got my own camera, and this was a huge turning point because now I could make these images in the privacy of my own flat with no time restriction. It also meant that even though I was still fueled by the same questions about identity and the body in relation to what was a very racist time in the 1980s, I was now able to make more complex images in the safety of my own home. So by the time I got to art school in the mid-1990s, I was really quite established in my interests in visual language. What I needed and what art school gave me was an audience, critical dialogue, and access to space and equipment. I have since gone on to make some challenging photographic, video and live works, like Olympia, Barflies, "13", In 2011, I was invited by the Royal Shakespeare Company to create a project, and I went back to stills photography. I chose to focus on the theme of death in Shakespeare, especially suicide, because it felt important to talk about the presence and longevity of suicide in Shakespeare's plays as an act of courage, passion, and honour, and to create a dialogue about suicide as an act of terror in our modern world. There are 13 suicides across the plays, and apparently that's where the unlucky 13 comes from. It was also really interesting to occupy an English heritage space as a queer brown artist and assume these roles from English literature. And these are large-scale Duratrans embedded in light boxes. The ancestors. And most recently, an Indian in a box. I inhabit my work, present it on my body, and in time the works have become a trail, a physical, emotional and spiritual map of my journey.
As ending with a very critical word, I thought journey, and again, changing pathways, as I mentioned before. And that takes me straight to another interesting story of the journey that hopefully we can also have time to look at. We're running a bit late, but we also took some time for questions earlier. But Bhajan Hunjan is again an example of that, changing pathways, influencing creativity considerably. Here again, you can hear Bhajan Hunjan talk about her connections with and curiosity about Indian heritage in the context of Kenya. It's quite a long piece of conversation that I did with Bhajan. And there again, there's a whole range of things that came up. It's about memory, it's about influences, it's about life changing and the various contexts of growing up in colonial East Africa, and then later life taking shape as an artist in the UK. And here again, Bhajan's work and her creativity speaks greatly about how it is not just about any one kind of identity. Here, for instance, she refuses to be labeled in very restrictive ways. The various symbols and meanings that is there in her work, for instance. Here, I particularly found interesting transient matter. Just bring it very close, if we could, to scroll and show exactly what I was trying to show. It's this bit here. It's the questions that are raised. And when I asked Bhajan, it was really, suggesting the different tones of color and shapes and the kind of curiosities and questions that arises in these artworks. And so it's the shapes and gestures and reflections and meditations that kind of combine with what is transient. And she kind of refuses to be boxed into anything. That is something that is there in many of her works that runs through. And then it is also about the public as well as the public art works that are quite strong, building that kind of relationship through community consultations and collaborations with many different media artists, as well as local authorities, schools, community centers, and so forth. So there's also, we do have a short video here that you can watch later in your own time, which again is to do with specific works of art that Bhajan captures here and talks about. But she's also very rooted in materiality in all of this, and looks at printmaking to light boxes. That is part of her activism as she moves through all her community works and public works that is showcased in these kind of works, like the Drayton Road Unicorn School Floor, for instance. So then we can look at how, therefore, artists and how their crafts are actually extending to new media, as with artists based in India as well. And we have examples right at the top here with Mandeep Singh Manu, for instance. There's also Mithu Sen, whose works were discussed before in the JNU exhibition, and it can again come up with Premjish's own comments. I want to really visit Mandeep very briefly here, because it again shows the kind of new media, as well as how it opens up the question of changing pathways. Mandeep was born in Amritsar, India, with cerebral palsy, has struggled against the odds physically, socially, and creatively to become a digital artist. But much of Manu's work is through and about meditation, which is also an exploration to freely explore the self, existence, and the cosmos. So what is interesting, I found, is this particular picture here that is about birds, bird inside. And Mandeep says that this is about the power of spirituality. Darkness is outside, light is inside, but it has to be ignited. The mind has a bird inside it, and that has to be awakened, then stilled. It is as if the artist grows wings, as Ramindranath Kaur writes, and takes flight to new realms. And in the process, I feel that although he's a Sikh, the heritage he draws upon is much more diverse. And that brings us back to the questions of national boundaries and how the meanings change when their work travel. And you can see how through these kind of examples and these influences, which are again of different heritage roots, for Mandeep, for instance, the Sufi and the Sikh elements in the work, and how he tries to incorporate them in his works through this kind of diverse heritage points that I tried to show. So similarly, we can find in the case with music, various music artists that are also there. And I hope that we have a bit of time, a bit of liberty I'm taking, because we need to also showcase some of the music artists here. For instance, Sahaya Vision. Again, here national boundaries are not important for Sahaya. Visions and Mukul and Ghetto Tigers. And although the leading artists have backgrounds in India and Bangladesh, such national parameters actually have very little meaning in diasporic experiences. That gives a compelling sort of a collective need to look at the larger injustices against people of different racial or ethnic identities in the global north. Again, in their works, what is also interesting is the issue of gender and women, and how it's not treated as an exotic object for Orientalist and sexualized consumption. And I want to play this piece for
Om Namah Bhagavate Rudraya. Om Namah Bhagavate Bhagavate Rudraya. Om Namah 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 Bhagavate Rudraya.
Ms. Raminder Kaur is there for the writing of this, and she would be there to answer if there are any questions arising, definitely at the round table and perhaps later. This is again a gallery that shows a lot about women and objectification, something that is again there in the works of Amina Khayyam, who is going to be there in the round table as well. I want to quickly sum this up, that we are coming towards the very end, and want to mention that there are these artworks that therefore transcend specific objects and contexts, and how in the UK-based artists, you can look at, I'm going to just very quickly run the blurb so that it ties up with what we were trying to do. So Amina is going to be there later in the roundtable, as I said, and there's quite a bit of exploration to do here of the various films that we've collected. We've also got a very rich footage of Amina's work in the workshops that are quite important to her training, to her style, and to her performances. We also have the works of Bisaka Sarkar, who is going to be there again at the round table. Again, Bisaka Sarkar's work is to do with many issues of disability. And what I found interesting is, I should have shown this right after Mandeep. It's fine to show Amina, because Amina again uses the bird, and the freedom of the bird becomes quite an important theme in her works, a film that we're going to show when we finish the session. But again, with Bisaka's work, there's an interesting conversation right at the start, which is about how life changed in the UK and the kind of works she does. This particular image is again about wings and do not yet fold your wings, a theme that keeps coming back about freedom and how to use the symbols that are associated with freedom. And that extends to her very interesting works with disabled communities, and it's about performances and dancing moments where a dance is used for communication that is not just for the abled and the mobile, but it's also about free flow of ideas and improvisations that help to restore individual confidence building as well. But here again, you know, Bisaka's works are also about using the sights and sounds of nature, for instance, that blend with her ideas of freedom and joy, embracing the very fluid symbol of birds across cultures. And that brings us again to memories and nostalgia that's associated with many artists who have come all the way from India, but are settling here and are working here. And I'm going to just round up with Meenatchi Gopal, who is going to be there for the roundtable, which is going to start now. And again, here, Meenatchi's creative works are aligned with other artists who speak quite softly and who are part of the JNU exhibition, which Premjish can again recollect. That is the works of Shilpa Gupta, Ranjita Kumari, Malvika Raj, and Dayanita Singh, which is again about these kind of issues that Meenatchi can also elaborate, where she revisits the world of the lost world of heritage and the lost world of labor through various hidden conditions and intergenerational relations that she will be able to reflect more on by revisiting ideas of heritage that are implicit in certain occupations, but it is also connecting migrant memories to a sense of loss. And so I'm going to exit now, and I think the idea of this tour was just to show you how we've tried to show artists as they are, and how we've tried not to create discrete categories of art, of craft, of threads, of echoes, but they're all kind of interconnected in many ways, and how borders don't matter, and how transitions and journeys can actually collapse certain ideas of what identity could be, and how they intersect with various issues that are being faced, whether it's race, whether it's disability, whether it's conditions of work, etc. So I leave you with this thought, and I'm sure you've taken some break, but we can revisit many of these ideas in the roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjukta. That was a stunning navigation of a very wide and diverse gallery, which even I'm, as one of the organizers, I haven't had a chance to look at all of them, so it was really good to have you present everything. I wonder if anyone has any quick questions, and if not, we'll have a shorter break than advertised and move on to the roundtable. I think you've shown most of the films you were going to show.
Yeah,
already,
the film session is built.
And you've shown also the songs as well, which are built in as well. So perhaps you just choose one of the songs as for a 5-minute break, and then we go to Parul, who will be chairing the roundtable in 5 minutes' time. Okay, thank you so much. That was wonderful. So you can see me now.
Sure. I'm going to bring. I know which one I want to pick because I think, is there an echo? I can hear.
No, I can't hear one.
Go to Sonia Panesa, because Sonia Panesa's work was going to be aligned with it's a very interesting profile with many videos, and it's a collection that's written by Tej when she went and interviewed Sonia, and it was an interesting collection of many songs, and so we can just explore anything that we want. I think Urne though, Let Us Fly is something that ties up very well with the theme that we were just going to talk about. But I'm going to just scroll right to the bottom and give like a group song, which is quite an uplifting one with a cup of tea.
Hello.
Shall we start now? I should stop sharing and thank you. Parul, over to you for the roundtable.
Welcome to the roundtable around the theme of polyphony and poiesis. And I also want to thank Sanjukta for that comprehensive and spectacular walkthrough the online exhibition, which is going to be a compelling context for our roundtable. I just briefly introduce myself. I am Parul Dave-Mukherji, and I teach at the School of Arts and Aesthetics in GRIDHERITAGE, New Delhi. And I'm delighted to be part of this roundtable conversation. And, I have been following the online session since morning, and it has been such a learning experience for me, especially the diaspora context, because I'm far more familiar with the Indian context and its own asymmetries and inequalities and what they all mean for heritage and marginality. But today I find that this orientation has shifted, and it has offered me a new lens to grasp the great project that we've been working on since last year or so. I also want to thank my UK collaborators, Professor Raminder Kaur and Professor Navtej Purewal, for inviting me to chair the roundtable. Just a few words about the theme. We have kind of called it polyphony and poetics. And the main impetus behind the GRID project has been to understand culture and cultural practices in non-hierarchical ways. And polyphony seems to be the most appropriate theme to grasp the horizontal ways in which culture speaks to the people across embedded and transnational locations. So we have artists, art practitioners, dancers, choreographers, curators, photographers from diverse locations, though mostly based in the UK, who have devised diverse means of addressing the experience of dislocation, migration, and relocation. And you would have noticed that crafts, threads, and echoes, the three main themes of our project, have offered multiple ways of finding connections with the roots, with building new branches, and using art for healing and weaving new identities. While some of the art practices seem to deal with nostalgia, pain, and the ambiguities of multiple identities, there's also a sense of celebration, of arriving at the third space, the in-between space, which speaks of its own poetics and the space of creativity and celebration. I will introduce the speakers one by one, and at the end, we will take questions from the audience, for which you're advised to use the Q&A box. It gives me great pleasure to invite Premjish Achari, who is a curator, art historian, and art critic. He is the one who has curated the exhibition at the School of Arts and Aesthetics, GNU, on the theme, All Canaries Bear Watching. He has held many prestigious residencies, the latest one being based at Basel, from which he is just back. And he's going to tell us about the exhibition he has curated and also more about it. Let me welcome Premjish to join us. Premjish Achari.
Thank you, Parul ma'am. And first of all, congratulations, Sanjukta, for that tour de force. It was amazing. And I'm very happy that we have extended this dialogue and also expanded the art generations across provinces. And it has been such a learning experience for all of us. So thank you for organizing this again, and thank you for making me a part of this. I'm going to, certain disclaimers, I'm going to kind of turn off my video because my internet is kind of unstable. So I'll do that. Also, I will not be doing a walkthrough as such. What I'm going to do is a reflection on what has been done and what could be done, especially in the context of marginality and exclusion and heritage. That's what I will do in my presentation today. I'll just share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm sharing this poem written by the Adivasi rights activist, scholar, and poet, Dr. Abhay Zagza, on the screen. And it will be there as I talk about my curatorial reflections on developing context-specific practices in relation to marginality and exclusion. I'm sharing this poem in the background and so that I could speak along with Abhay, who left us 2 years ago, taking his insights as inspiration and his radical institutional critique as a foundation to imagine a critical curating practice. For a long time, I have engaged with a curatorial shift that emphasizes not only on the caring of objects, but also the caring of marginal subjects. And care or caring has become an important strategy in many curatorial practices globally. But now I feel that we need to develop expanded curatorial practice that recast not only caring, but interrogates social relations and culturally specific contexts. Borrowing a strategy, a rhetorical strategy from the curator Hans Ulrich Obrist, I rephrase, or I would like to ask, caring is the answer or the solution, but what is the question? We need to commit ourselves to make caring more relevant in exhibition making, but by also asking few questions. For example, how could we reinforce the idea of care for the practice of curating when we are rooting for polyphonic views of artworks, cultural expressions, and their relationship to communities? What does it mean to care for heritage and the role of heritage in society? Is the notion of care culturally neutral? How do we acknowledge the diverse historical and contemporary meanings of objects and their relationships to communities? This is where we have to understand that the idea of care is not neutral, but also the first step towards critical curating, that is taking a position and expressing how and why one feels about these cultural expressions from the margins. This involves critically interrogating ideas, belief systems, and assumptions into questions, exposing how coloniality and casteism is reinforced through art history. This involves reflecting upon how curating represents a critical engagement with diverse marginalized communities, all from varied socioeconomic, ethnic, racial, caste, gender, sexualities. As a curator, especially after this exhibition and after this encounter with all of you and all the discussions we are having, I ask myself, what forms of collective knowledge can curatorial practice produce? How does the role of the curator change when working collaboratively with these diverse communities? These questions are not rhetorical, but are immersed in practice. And my response to these questions lies in how one defines the political role of the curatorial, and not only in an examination of the politics of aesthetics, but also in an inquiry into the politics of organization in relation to the curatorial. The intersection of methods becomes a valuable approach when analyzing hybrid artistic curatorial practices between several disciplines and which take place in settings other than the traditional ones, such as galleries or museums. At a technical level, what the curator does and what the artist does are not different in a way. They both arrange materials or rearrange materials into new forms and totalities of meaning that are reliant on the labor and intellectual, archival, and symbolic skills of others. And I will share another image right now. I hope it's visible.
Yes.
So this is a screen grab of a scene from the movie Black Panther, and it is set in a fictional museum called the Museum of Great Britain, where the character Eric Killmonger Stevens, played by Michael Jordan, stands in front of a museum display, examining a selection of African artifacts, when the museum director approaches, offering to tell him about the works, that this is from Benin, this is from Ghana, and she's explaining all that thing to him. And he corrects her by saying that this artifact is not from Benin, but it's from Wakanda. That's a fictional African country in Marvel Comics, that has an advanced society that holds vast resources of the valuable metal vibranium. And he tells her that he intends to take this from the museum. So when she objects, he says, and I quote him, How do you think your ancestors got this? Do you think they paid a fair price? Or did they take it like they took everything else? Unquote. After the movie was released, it rekindled discussions about the colonial violence and repatriation. In an essay titled, Why Museum Professionals Need to Talk About Black Panther, Casey Hogan wrote that Black Panther presented the museum as an illegal mechanism of colonialism, and along with that, a space which does not even welcome those whose culture it displays. And here I argue that we should frame critical curating as a creative intervention, which acts as a catalyst that merges and circulates scholarship or discourse within an intellectual and emotive space for negotiation and reaction. Intervention is one of the important methodologies also listed by Linda Tuhwai Smith in her work, Decolonizing Methodologies. Therefore, we need to imagine newer curatorial approaches that facilitates a public or audience access to navigate within the foundations of these privileged spaces. But the task does not stop here. We need to also examine how art galleries, museums, cultural institutions operate, what they exhibit, and how the authority of the cultural institution is a contested space that critiques dominant narratives, proposes the concept of critical artistic dialogue, and engages the public in meaning-making processes. A newer approach that uses collaboration and participation to create dialogue and explore marginalized subjectivities and their cultural expression is required. This strategy challenges the traditional display of objects in the art gallery as a sacred space for quiet contemplation and recreates a space where diverse dialogues and multiple voices are heard and where members of the public can reimagine themselves through the voice of others, thus giving voice to working class, marginalized, and disenfranchised people as a means of community transformation. As critical curators, we need to ask, how do certain cultural expressions are pushed to the margins? And what happens when they also move into or towards the center? What happens when these practices are placed in the same institutions that have marginalized them? What are the strategies that we use to push these practices that rarely fit into the mainstream? Maybe what we also need is a shift from the thematic exhibition to a project exhibition, as Marion von Ornstein has suggested. According to Austin, the project exhibition is not established in direct opposition or contrast to the thematic group show or the thematic exhibitions, but it is analogous to it as an artistic and political tactic, where the exhibition becomes a vehicle for voicing and examining a discourse. Instead of relying on the usual process of working with selecting and displaying works by singular artists clustered to fit a chosen topic, the project exhibition creates a complete exhibition as an artistic work involving a group of artists, theorists, activists, producers, etc., getting together to establish an exhibition tackling a particular subject or problematic. And this strategy builds a community and not a passive viewer. So the title of the exhibition that was used, this is the conclusion, I'll just end with what I did briefly in JNU. All canaries bear watching refers to a practice among the coal miners who carry a canary with them into dark and the dangerous pits underground. And the miners use the tiny bird to assess the quality of the air. And if the conditions are deplorable, the toxic air in the mine will cause the fragile lungs of the canary to frail. So this exhibition, especially that happened in JNU, foregrounded, it's over now. So cultural expressions from the margins to imagine an inclusive cultural sphere through the lens of gender, sexuality, class, caste, and race, ethnicity intersections. The canary is sacrificed for the benefit of the miners. It alerts us to both dangers and promise. The little bird invokes the experiences of the marginalized, who become the barometers of distress when social conditions are toxic. It warns that the time has come to detoxify the social climate. And in this exhibition, the canary is invoked as a diagnostic metaphor that allows us to imagine remedies and redress against systems of oppression. It reminds us that we need to actively resist and challenge all forms of misrepresentation, exploitation, and erasure. The miner's canary motivates us to interrogate exclusion and radically disrupt any attempt to reshape hegemonic formations. So we had a diverse range of works, and most of it is, and everything is documented and it's available on the website. I request all of you to see these works on the website. Thank you. That's from my side.
Thank you, Premjish, for telling us about the expanded understanding of curatorial intervention in terms of caring. And now I'm going to invite our next speaker, Chandan Mahal, who has worked in museums and archives for over 20 years, managing and developing education and community-led research programs for diverse audiences. She's currently the National Learning and Partnership Manager at the British Library for the Unlocking Our Sound Heritage project. Chandan's research explores the relationship between family history, place and diaspora, working collaboratively with people of Punjabi descent living in London. May I welcome Chandan Mahal to join us, please.
Hello, well, hi everyone. I'm just going to share my screen, so hopefully it all works.
Yeah.
Hi, okay, so welcome everyone, and thank you for inviting me to join the roundtable today. Yes, as I mentioned, I currently work at the British Library on this project called Unlocking Our Sound Heritage, which has been exploring the important role of the audio archives have in exploring heritage, particularly the role of memory and sound and creativity. Alongside this, I've also been working at the Royal Geographical Society with the Institute of British Geographers to explore family history and heritage objects and their connections to ancestral place. So for today's roundtable, to address the questions of marginality and intersectionality in heritage, I was going to briefly talk about the kinds of heritage objects which are forming part of what I call the family archive, and particularly how certain types of objects, family photographs and heirlooms and documents, have a significant aspect of family kinships and their relationship to ancestral place. So I'll also briefly touch on how these personal heritage objects can contribute to a growing number of digital community-led archives, similar to the one we saw at the beginning of today, which are increasingly an important aspect of a heritage-making process, particularly for migrant communities in the UK, where there is often an absence of heritage objects in the established institutions or archive spaces. So the research that I was involved in was a collaboration with the Royal Geographical Society, which is an organisation that has been in Britain since the 19th century, and a lot of the collections there hold hundreds of maps and photographs from the Indian subcontinent that were collected during the British colonial time. So one strand of that research was thinking about how people of South Asian descent can navigate their own family histories within these colonial archives. Alongside that, it was working with community groups. So I worked with 3 community organisations. These were people living in London to explore, and they had many different ancestral connections, either to Punjab or areas around Punjab in India, but also Pakistan, and also people who had previously lived in East Africa. So a part of this research was looking at how the multiple ways in people thought of their ancestral home. For many, they had multiple attachments relating to the journeys that their ancestors had made, whether it was the birthplace of their parents or their grandparents, or where many generations of family had lived or settled. So again, these are some of the images from the workshops that took place at the Royal Geographical Society, looking at some of their materials, but also here sharing some of their own family photographs and archives. So many families often have gathered over the number of years, a number of items that are about preserving the memories and experiences of family, either through photographs or heirlooms or documents and scrapbooks. And often these types of material culture are not necessarily grouped together as an archive, but they are in essence the beginning of what become the family records. Many objects become more significant often when family members have passed away or going through various life stages where people have children or when they get married. And for participants, these family relationships or their connections to place were often remembered through a wide range of objects, from domestic utensils that they had brought to Britain with them, to the different types of textiles or jewelry that parents had gifted to them. So these are some examples of the types of objects, which were often specific to how diasporic cultural traditions are performed and mapped onto place and relationships. On the top right, we have Kamla, who is showing the medal that belonged to her father. Kamla's father served as an army doctor and received this medal for serving in the Indian Army during the Third Afghan War in 1919. And Pamela shared, a much wider story in terms of this relationship to how her father, as an army doctor, traveled through all different areas of India and Pakistan at the time. Another example below that, I'll see some documents which belong to one of the participants called Asif. And these documents were kept by his grandmother. And in them, she lived in Mirpur and she kept this box for many years. Asif had never met his grandparents, but these objects that he found belonged to his grandfather, which the grandmother had been looking after. And within them, there's a fascinating series of documents. And this one included a letter to the Ministry of Social Security, which his grandmother had kept, and she had sent his medals as proof that she was his wife once he had passed away, in order to claim her pension, her widow's pension. But when Asif read these documents, he wanted to find out where these medals were because they were not in the box. And then he became quite fascinated in his family history. Asif's grandfather himself was enlisted in the Merchant Navy in 1914, which was a time when many men were recruited to work on the ships of seafarers. Many worked as cooks or deckhands, and with the advent of steam-powered liners, they worked in the engine rooms as firemen stokers, which is the job that his grandfather had. So Asif embarked on a journey to find these medals, but he was faced with many barriers. He tried to find them in the medal records in the National Archives in Britain, but these are primarily only have archives that are relating to people who awarded them in Britain. So again, the fact that there are very few, he realized there are very few records actually that are about the Indian seafarers who are in the British archives. So for Asif, trying to find these records highlights the challenges in finding out the information about his grandfather, where they are not represented in any of the official records in Britain, even though his grandfather had been awarded three medals for serving in the British Navy. He did actually go on to track down one of the medals through a private collector, and also found out some other information, but really this story highlights that these hidden histories are not very visible in the British public records, and these family records therefore are an important opportunity for public institutions to talk about this role of South Asian and British history and the legacy of empire. So there's some other objects here. One is on the left-hand side, this is Annie's father holding a talisman cloak that had been handed down through generations of his family. There's also this bracelet, which also has a big story in terms of family disputes and tensions in one of the participants' family histories. So I just want to move on to the other significant family objects, which were many textiles, which I know we've been talking about today, but many of these objects were either made or passed down from mothers to daughters, many gifted as part of the dowry, as we were discussing earlier. And these examples include lace making, also types of embroidery shown here that belong to Bulweed, and lace making here that was produced by Kulwant. There's also a durry here that was actually made by my mother, Sajit Kaur, and lots of these different kinds of textiles that women were sharing with me as part of exploring what they thought was important objects relating to their family history. And many of these were some of the most cherished heirlooms that had been passed down from grandmothers or mothers. And obviously this was an important kind of aspect of women's life. And the quote here from Kuldeep, she's remembering village life where they used to come and sit together and be sewing together, and she would watch her aunts talking and chatting. And for many of these, they were so delighted that I, as a researcher, was interested in them. Many of them had these textiles hidden away in cupboards or trunks, and hardly really had chance to share them. Sorry. So, and one of the questions that was raised by the participants was whether these types of objects would continue to have similar meanings to the next generation, partly because they were not so fashionable anymore, they were not particularly practical objects, and they were difficult to store. Like a lot of family archives, these become additional clutter. So, it was quite interesting to explore how and what we do to preserve these kind of materials. And whilst there are many stories and connections to each of these heritage objects, one of the important questions is how they are important and how they talk about wider diasporic connections and community heritage. So finally, just to mention, as part of this research, was looking at a growing number of digital community collecting projects using mainly family objects or oral histories and photographs. So along with the public collections, there's this growing work of community-led digital projects using a citizen archive approach, which are often working with community volunteers who are collecting and contributing material. And these projects have been led by various organizations. Two examples here is the India Memory Project, which is based in India, and the initiative of Anusha Yadav, where people contribute photo objects about their family history, creating a rich resource that invites the public to contribute their family photographs and their stories. And it describes itself as a visual and narrative-based online archive that traces the histories and identities of the Indian subcontinent. The second web space is called the Empire, Faith and War Project, and this was produced by the UK Punjab Heritage Association in Britain, and they've been collecting all this data on soldiers, mainly Sikh Punjabi soldiers who served in World War I, and they have been collecting oral histories, but also any physical items have been digitized, and then they produced a map identifying the many ancestral villages of where these soldiers came from. So these are both incredibly important, and there are obviously many projects, even similar, the project that Anand was sharing with us this morning, but they're incredibly important for how individuals and community organizations are engaging with this idea of heritage production, where communities can create their own types of objects in a way that is meaningful to them. And along with the physical objects, there is a digital version of these objects, or particularly of oral history recordings, which again raises questions about how family objects and digital objects are becoming themselves important forms of heritage and something that we all have. And what types of family heritage objects we keep, therefore, are important on a personal level, how we reflect our own family history and kinships, but also they open up opportunities to enrich the community-led collecting projects, but also national institutions, and how we can work with national institutions to share this material. So where I suggest they can work alongside these sort of state-led archives and contribute to engaging with wider narratives about community heritage and ancestral place. So that was kind of lots of ways of thinking about how we use this material and work alongside the public archives to kind of make sure that this material isn't just hidden away. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandan, for touching upon so many interesting issues concerning even the preservation of these materials, which are concrete objects, and they still they anchor such fleeting memories, intangible heritage, and also talking about how the public and the private intersect in terms of how institutions play a lead role in preserving something which is seen as part of familial history. Thank you very much. And we move on to Lata Desai. She is the co-curator and project leader of the Roots and Changes Gujarati Influences Project. She is the chair of Subrang Arts, a leading South Asian arts organization in South London. She has organized a range of arts and heritage projects that connected the diaspora community with Indian culture and civilization. May I invite Lata Desai to join us, please?
Thank you. Thank you, everybody involved in this project. It has been a fascinating journey, and I was so delighted to see the wonderful exhibition which has just been launched, and I'm looking forward to spending some time looking at each and every project. I'm going to share my screen, if I may. Right. So I just want to address this question of how can we use gender and intersectionality lenses to empower individuals and communities to build upon their heritage sustainably. We are a South Asian arts organization based in South London, and our work involves engaging communities, particularly women, in all kinds of participatory programs like music, dance, arts, crafts, heritage. And our aim is to nurture their artistic talent and develop them holistically. And we have found that over the last 30 years, the positive influence on these women by virtue of their immersion into our activities has empowered them to build upon their heritage sustainably. What we saw in the virtual exhibition was something quite inspiring, because I was so delighted to see Surjit Singh featured in that exhibition, because we have been the recipients of her wonderful world, and we engaged her in these two projects. One was called the Gujarati Yatra, Journey of a People, and Roots and Changes, Gujarati Influences. So basically, these were two heritage projects where we were trying to explore the migration story of the Gujarati diaspora. And we found that to engage these women in this heritage project, even though there were quite a lot of other elements about oral histories, academic side of this journey story, but to actually take them back to their roots was a really good way to engage them in the heritage. So we conducted several workshops in South London and also at the Eastern Temple, where local women took inspiration from the rich tradition of Gujarati embroidery. And basically first started with a group of just 30 people, but then it just flared, because this 30 then went on to teach the other women in their friend circle and whatnot. And we then reached out to more than 400, 500 women. And we gave them this creative freedom to interpret new designs, letting the women's personalities through their stitch work, and a chance to express themselves and showcase their work. They taught each other, and through this collective work, they not only learned about the stitches, but there were so many things they learned about the challenges, the histories, the shared cultures, and also their confidence building. And when their work was displayed in the two exhibitions, I mean, you should see the way some of them had tears in their eyes, because they felt that with this fast pace of modern life, they had never given thought to their granny's work or their mother's work. And when they sat down to go through the different kinds of embroidery, which all our workshop leaders taught them, it was really something. They were inspired, and they took inspiration from all sorts of things like the Persian Mughal art, mirrors, birds. You can see here beautiful beadwork, which they have done, and then beautiful embroidery here. And of course, we taught them different stitches, like simple ones like running stitch or a back stitch or stand stitch, and all kinds of mirror work, and then herringbone stitches, and the very complicated Gujarati, what we call as the bavardio, which is an interlaced cross stitch and mirror work. So they produced all these beautiful work, and then the impact was very rewarding. As I said, we saw their skills improving day by day. It also deepened their love for artisan work, and they started believing in their real strengths. Mothers started teaching their children basic sticks, and this slide is here done by girls of 10 to 12-year-olds, you know. And then when we presented it in the exhibition, they took so much pride in their work, and it really inspired them to continue working. And now some of these ladies have built such wonderful skills that they have started working on bigger projects, and we were so encouraged that they took it on so nicely. A lot of work has been also done. We took some workshops on the charkha, the spinning workshops, and the purpose of this was to make them understand about Gandhi's call to take up spinning and reject the exploitative economic and political regimes of textile manufacture, which Sanjukta mentioned earlier. And this was kind of a completely new thing for these women in Britain. They had never seen a charkha before. And they were fascinated. And it was not just Gujarati women who came to these workshops. It was also non-Indian ladies who took so much inspiration and pride in learning how to spin cotton on a charkha. So that was really very interesting. And also, we also taught them weaving with some specialist workshop leaders. And this then followed, because our stories of these two exhibitions were about the journey of I kind of felt that maybe we could explore their journeys through batik silk painting. So we engaged with this company who specializes in batik, and these 30 women came up with ideas about what has inspired their journey. So a group of 30 out of the 30, some were inspired by Indian influences. For example, you can see here, they did batik silk painting with the Gujarati Bandhani influences. Some were influenced by the mirror work and these Rangoli patterns. A lot of our women, Gujarati women, come from Africa. So a lot of them worked on these African influences. You can see this African folk art. And of course, here is another way of teaching them batik work, but they expressed their influences of their journeys. A lot of them are born and brought up in this country. So you can see this English influences, where here you can see they are showing 4 nations. And this lady who did this silk painting, she said that when she travels in the tubes every day, on the seats of the tubes, she sees these patterns, and then she transferred them onto her silk painting. So as I said, this has been a beautiful journey, and I really look forward to continue with this work, because as I said, they have not just learned about the actual embroidery work, but also hidden meanings, their roots, where they came from. They explored their heritage and also the intergenerational relationships. And it has been also a story of shared cultures, because a lot of them worked with women who are born and brought up in this country. And a lot of them are from India and Africa as well. So I hope this kind of answers some of the questions which have been put forward. Here are my contact details, and please do have a look at my websites. We are still uploading our batik workshop work, but hopefully in the next couple of weeks' time, we will be able to show you all the work which these ladies have performed. And thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to show our work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lata, for this very, very fascinating, presentation. And, needlework, embroidery, batik, they've all been, not sufficiently been recognized as important, modes of creativity. And what you showed really is absolutely very stimulating. And also the fact that Britain becomes the melting pot of so many diverse, influences that you yourself pointed out. African textiles having dialogue with Indian, with English, and so on. So absolutely amazing. Thank you very much. We move on to Dr. Debojyoti Das, who is an anthropologist of South Asia, teaches development studies modules at the SOAS with a focus on climate change, natural disaster, migration, and sustainable development issues among marginalized littoral communities in the Sundarbans Delta. Welcome, Dr. Debojyoti Das.
Thank you, Parul, for this kind of interesting introduction. And I would like to thank all the members and the kind of project for kind of creating such an interactive session where we are kind of given the opportunity to kind of really kind of share our experiences. So what I'm going to do is share my PowerPoint, and then we can start.
Yes.
Okay, see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Thank you. I just need to adjust this. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to talk about two artists. One, a diasporic artist who kind of lived and worked in India, in Kampala, and the later part of his life, he stayed in the UK. And one from the Sundarban Delta, with whom I worked during 2016, 2017. And I'm going to kind of engage with the question that was put in the Grid Heritage website. In what ways have practitioners felt discrimination with respect to their identity and heritage? And what are the implications of this for the individual and the communities with which they self-identify in changing context? So I kind of encountered the family of Kamal Chaudhary after he passed away in 2004, and kind of did a kind of short ethnography with his daughters and his son who lives in the US. And Kamal Chaudhary is a very interesting character. As we know, the diasporic community in the UK were migrated from Tanzania, from Kenya and Uganda, had mostly from western part of India. But Kamal Chaudhary was kind of a person who was recruited British Indian, sorry, the Ugandan government, but at that time it was the British service which recruited him in 1955 to be a kind of work in Uganda. And kind of he had a very interesting diasporic life, and he kind of created a home away from home, as many South Asianists had done during that period in Africa for generations, and who kind of were new migrants in the 1950s. And here you can see his picture. And two pictures from his home in Salt Lake in Kolkata, and one from Kampala when he first migrated in 1955. And then kind of over a period of time, he had to kind of cut the UK because of the kind of atrocities that were done in the 1970s by the administration. But interestingly, his family was released, was allowed to go back to the UK, but he was detained by the administration and the government because they thought that he is an asset for the country. And here is one example of the exit just before he passed away in 2004. And what we see kind of evolution of a person who kind of migrated from South Asia to Africa and then had to relocate to UK because of political exigency in Kampala, and the growth of a person, but at the same time, the kind of problems he faced once he entered the UK as a British expatriate, which a white man would not experience. And that's going to kind of discuss in my presentation, and the kind of marginalization that he faced. At the same time, his art also evolved from his training as a kind of, a person who had kind of excelled in modern Bengal art while working in training in Shantiniketan. And then as he moved to Africa, he kind of developed his interest in landscape art and kind of also expressed interest in kind of documenting the cultures of in Uganda. And here I would like to kind of share how he kind of was fighting with not only with the administration, but also with the wider kind of perception that Britain had about kind of, immigrants. So late Kamal Chaudhary was a British expatriate in Uganda and had a legitimate right to state pension in UK once his family was expelled by the Amin regime in the late 1970s. However, the Department of Work and Pension made this claim, which brought him in litigation with the UK government. It left a deep scar on his well-being. He felt dishonored and marginalized despite his lifelong contribution to African art. He lived in the UK as a forced exile and slowly lost his self-worth. He stopped paying for many years, and he had no means to survive, living in a social housing council flat, deprived of all his privileges that he had in Uganda as the head of the Department of Art at the Mabley Senior School and as a visiting artist at Macquarie University. He was well respected for his work in his school and the community. He organized many exhibitions abroad on behalf of the government of Uganda, supported by the Education Department during his lifetime. Sorry, I just lost it. He was well respected, as I already mentioned. He organized many exhibitions with the government. Upon his forced migration to youth, all that was left was kind of a memory of the past, of a good life and a well-respected kind of job. So Kamal straddled between Asia, Africa, and Europe, established his belongingness with fellow artist friends with whom he shared his ideas in Shantiniketan, Kampala, and even in London's Roehampton Borough, where he lived for the last part of his life. He found great difficulty to adjust with the discrimination he faced in Britain as a person of color and as a South Asian minority. On the other hand, he was also privileged, being born in a Kaista family. He had the social capital to be mobile, being trained by one of the finest artists, Shantiniketan, particularly Sushil Sen, during the late 1940s, whose portrait we can also see in the Indian Parliament. He was recruited to the Ugandan civil service by the British government in 1950. And unlike his peers, he better life for the next 25 years in Kampala. So we can see the kind of experiences that he had as he moved from UK, being a kind of South Asian artist, which we not face today, but in those days it was very difficult to kind of get recognized. Now I would also kind of share the experience that I had working with Kitish Bishal, who comes from a different spectrum. He's a Dalit artist. For the lack of time, I cannot reflect in details the life and times and the paintings of sculpture and artist Kitish Bishal, with whom I had my fieldwork in the Sundarban in 2016-17. Here I must say Kitish Bishal belongs to the marginalized Dalit community, Sundarbans. Ethnically, he belongs to the Oriya-speaking world. His forefathers migrated to the Sundarban in the late 19th century. He was trained in modern Bengal art under the mentorship of luminaries like Ramkinkar Bej, who many of you will know lived a Eritrean life in Shantiniketan. Being at his interviews that he did not get the due recognition that other upper caste artists from metropolitan Kolkata got in West Bengal because of his caste identity and the themes that he worked on, depicting life and cultures of indigenous and caste communities in the Delta. His marginality has been shaped by his identity and his geographical location in the Sundarbans, where he still works as a sculptor, museum curator, and an environmental activist for the Joygopalpur Gram Vikas Kendra, which is a very big NGO working in South 24 Parganas. In his interviews and private communications, he also asked that curators have commissioned work underpaying him for his labor of love. And he never has received honorarium and recognition for his contribution to art and sculptural work that has been displayed in various parts of India. Through these examples, we can see how these artists' agency and their belongingness to a place and identity has shaped their marginality both within the diasporic context as well as in their natal homes. So I think I'll conclude here to kind of just reflect on how these two different kind of artists have had their own experiences with kind of their identity, their kind of the kind of discriminations they have faced in terms of their marginality within particular spaces. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Debojyoti, for really centrally addressing some of the central concerns of this project, and bringing in your own ethnographic research centering on Kamal Chaudhary and Kitish Bishal, and underlining the whole question of caste identity as a very important kind of vector of discrimination. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Bisaka Sarkar. She is the artistic director of Chaturangan. She's a performer, choreographer, and educationalist. Bisaka sees dance as a mechanism to bring joy and vitalize people's lives. Based in Liverpool, she explores different types of dance vocabulary for and with people living with disabilities. And I think we've already had the privilege of seeing some of your works, thanks to Sanjukta, and we look forward to hearing more about it. Bisaka Sarkar.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers, especially Sanjukta and Farida, and also all the people who has helped me in my artistic journey to reach here. They have asked questions, they have been with me for me to see who I am and where I have come. But anyway, I think culture and social circumstances has influenced my work in a big, big way. When I first started to work here, I had no idea who I'll be working with. My experience was very different from what I was exposed to. But also I must say before I start that, you know, if I don't say consistently, it's not my fault, it's the fault of Sanjukta and the organizers. They have thrown so many exciting, inspirational work and inspiration in my way that my head is buzzing with all that. But anyway, coming back to the work that I was doing. So when I first started, I went to various places, and being in Liverpool actually helped. It was a place where work with disability art community was very, very strong. So naturally, I went into community work as well as my performance work as well. And in that process, I met people who had very little or almost no understanding of the culture I was coming from. That prompted me to change, look for new content, new way of delivery, and language of instruction. Language of instruction, I found, is a really important and interesting thing. We learn in India through English and a very formal type of English. And it was really almost to retrain myself to speak in simple English. So as a result, sometimes we artists even feel marginalized by the academic language as well. We live what it's talking about, but we don't talk in that way. So I found that, you know, to relate to people that I'm working with, I need to use their ways of expression. And so in that way, I also remember Saint Patanjali. I believe once he actually crushed himself and mixed with a drink or something and went inside the student that he was teaching to make his point clear, so that it gets inside, people understand it from within themselves. I didn't go to that extent, but I integrated various art forms to make the experience a real lived-in experience for people I was working with. I used many kinds of very simple props, and maybe Farida can help me here to bring one screen share. I have often documented my work with painting. So this is painting by Noel, who made the paintings as I was working with. So also, yeah, that's fine, Farida. I'll show my real boat now. And I made this, once I worked with one of those communities, and I used a very simple prop like a paper boat. And so we just made that, and people took these to make their movements to dance with. And at the end of the dance, they made a lovely installation of various boats. So in this one, so I brought, I actually used a poem by Rabindranath Tagore. And so in this one, there was a beauty of the spoken words, there were music, and there was this visual arts and dance. So they all kind of came together in a very cohesive way and gave a real exciting experience for people. Here, what happened that, as an Indian dancer, I knew it as a mainstream arts activities in India, where I was brought up. But in British society, that's a minority art. So I was taking a minority arts within a mainstream practice. So obviously, there were many confrontation, I had to face many occasions of being marginalized or discriminated. But instead of addressing those hurdles through political means, I tried to create work which speaks to people directly. And I think one of the reasons for this marginalization is people think about work and artwork also in a very compartmentalized ways. There are efforts and initiatives to work with diverse community, marginalized art from minority communities. There are projects to address health inequality, various kinds, but people, what they miss is the intersectionality of that all these things can be thought about in a very joint way. And this is why very often inclusion does not happen. One does not think in a wider way how, instead of looking at people's differences, we could also look at the similarities and build our work on the basis of that. So that's really what I have done, and kind of tried to create work which kind of showed that cultural barriers can be overcome. I think I'll rest my case here.
Thank you, Bisakha Sarkar, for this very engaging discussion and also bringing in the question of marginality. We now invite Amina Khayyam. Amina Khayyam is a Bangladeshi-born British dancer, choreographer, and dance teacher. Amina holds that the South Asian dance form, kathak, is constantly evolving and shaped by the contemporary zeitgeist. She incorporates progressive themes related to gender and migrant identities, inflected by class and ethnicity. May I welcome Amina Khayyam to join us, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me on board. Thank you, Sanjukta, for making me part of this amazing conference and also involving my work on the GRID heritage. Yes, I'm not sharing any slides, so I'm just going to speak about what I do. As I said, I'm Amina Khayyam. I'm a kathak dance practitioner, teach, choreograph, and perform. And I have actually, like to say, emphasize that I've trained solely in UK in kathak dance. And I was lucky enough to have two wonderful teachers here, Alpana Sengupta and Sushmita Ghosh, who is now in India, taught me while she was here. So just to kind of, when I was dancing, I come from a background or cultural background where dance wasn't part of my kind of daily diet or music or anything like that. So my heritage didn't have anybody in the past that come from musical or dance background. So it was very much something that I kind of, as a teenager, late teens, I started dancing. So I started fairly late into dance because I wasn't going to have my parents holding my hands and taking me to a local dance class. So when I started dancing, it was kind of, I always had a love for dance. So when I started dancing, I didn't go into dance thinking I'm going to become a professional, but I think almost like the dance seeked me out, and I started dancing and instantly became attached to it. And from there onward, I just didn't look back, took it very seriously, started training seriously in all sorts of circumstances, which I won't go into now. So after dancing for many years for other companies, for organizations in UK, I kind of wasn't really feeling a satisfaction from it in terms of dancing, because mostly I would dance and people would just come and say, oh, you look so beautiful, but nobody really mentioned anything about the dance. And knowing what I know about training, what it takes to learn the craft, it made me realize that people are actually not looking at this dance, not taking the dance seriously. They're looking at the exotic of the whole thing, the beautiful jewelry, the costume, the colors, and not really looking at the dance beyond that kind of all the facade. So what I wanted to do, I wanted to strip all that away. And in 2013, I set up my company, through which I developed work where I didn't want to use any of that stuff, but I wanted to use contemporary stories anyway. But even going beyond, before that, I started working, when I first developed my own work called Lal Shari, which means a red dress. It was a story that I grew up hearing from my mom, who used to talk about how she wanted a red sari for her wedding, but she ended up having a purple sari. And subsequently, she wanted to own one given to her by her husband, but that never happened. So something that stayed with me growing up. So when I was going to work on that project, I wanted to kind of get more information out from that generation of women. How was their experience of relationship with saris, marriage, and so on. So I went to work with some Bangladeshi women group, because I'm from Bangladesh background and Sylheti background. So I wanted to work with, explore that community to see what are their stories. And that was my starting point. I think that was back in 2006, I started doing that. Starting from working with women group, where hearing their stories, hearing their, and I have to say, up until then, I avoided my own community just because of the taboo that, with the dance, particularly because I was dancing and I was dancing quietly. I didn't tell anybody I was dancing. I was just going to my dance class, coming home, pretending going shopping when I'm actually doing my dance classes. So I didn't connect with my community because I knew there would be judgment on that. So when I did this first initial 10 weeks workshop with this women group, Bangladeshi women group, it just blew me away. Their stories, their attachment to music and dance, which was suppressed. And because this was done in a safer environment with just women, initially there was a resistance of sharing in front of the other women because they knew each other. They would go home and they might say, oh, I saw so-and-so dancing today. So there was a resistance in that. And over the weeks that changed because there was a trust developed between all of us. And that led me to present this piece called Lal Shari, which was researched from that community. Following on from that, I continued working in the same style. So whenever I'm creating a new piece of work, I would go to women's group that I've been to before and research the subject a bit more further and how it impacts them, and then bring that onto the professional stage. So that's been pretty much my work. So ever since I've done Lal Shari, I've created a piece called One, which is looked at the migration situation, particularly looking at from the British Asian perspective. I also created a piece called Yarma, which is a very, it's a 1930s play written by Gabriela Garcia Lorca, who have written a story about a woman who's unable to have a child. So that was based in rural Spain in the 1930s. And it was kind of quite interesting to see how it is relevant still in our communities in the 20th century. Then I also created something, 1,000 Faces, which was, again, a story was close to my heart because it affected women, particularly Bangladeshi women, where acid violence was massive there. Although it's kind of shifted so much now with amazing work by NGOs. But that was another subject I grew up with. And as a girl growing up in my family, we were very much protected and not let go out because of this attack might happen. So I created a piece around acid violence, which then shifted to domestic violence, which also led into me creating a film, which I believe you're going to watch it later on, Catch the Bird Who Won't Fly. Again, looking at alarming rise in domestic violence in UK during lockdown. And I took 4 stories from the women group that I work around the country and made it into a digital film. And I also wanted to do another project called Kathak, which is looking at embroidery, which is very big in Bangladeshi community, as well as Indian communities as well. And Kanta, basically, this is a type of embroidery through which I wanted to, because when lockdown happened, I knew I wouldn't be able to connect with these women anymore physically. So I wanted to keep connected with them. So I created a WhatsApp group, 7 different WhatsApp groups up and down the country, where they joined the group to do this project. And the brief of the project was that they talk about their emotional response to lockdown, what is going on with them, how are they feeling, and the result was just phenomenal. They created small pieces of kanta and they sent it to me, and we had done 2 performances. We then created movement out of those stories and presented them in Luton, where the project happened, and in Woking, where the project happened. And next we're going into Birmingham in September to create that. So their kantas are also on display while the performance is happening. And then, so I created a project on Hum in My Heart, which is on looking at mental health well-being in our communities. So all of this project was sourced, the stories were sourced, the idea, the emotion stories sourced from the communities. So none of the work I have so far created, about 9 productions since 2013, has been just a random piece I made up. It's been inspired by the grassroots community, women group particularly, and also looking at why men behave certain way, not just demonizing them, but also looking at why they behave the way they behave towards women, the inequality, and also sometimes women behave badly with women, and why is that, so looking at addressing all of that stuff and without demonizing anybody. But most of all, lastly, I'd like to say is that the work is not just about looking at these horrific issues women face every day, but also empowering the women. And empowerment does happen through the work that I present on stage, but as well as also when I'm working with them, when I'm researching how the attitude towards each other have changed a lot over the years. The whole thing about, I can't talk about it here because other women are listening, because they're in my community, they might go and share this with my family. So that have changed. They're really open and they keep the conversation in the room. And as a result of this privacy of the subject, I've not been able to document photographs or videos or anything like that. But I think what I instead of focused on is to actually put their voices on stage for not just them to come and see, but also a wider audience to come and see. And very lastly, the women who I've been working with are also my audience. So I've been really so touched and amazed how they came, because these are the women who would never go to a theater space. They don't even know it exists. They can walk past it and not know what that building is. And these are the women are coming in their numbers into these mainstream venues, which has been, I think, probably my biggest achievement. So thank you for having me on board. You're muted, can't hear
you. So I said, thank you very much, Amina, for that very rich presentation. And also the way in which you've drawn upon so many cosmopolitan references from almost world literature and making it speak to your own location, which is very, very, politically informed, and also broadening the idea of gender, not just to include representation of women, but how notions of, masculinity also affect men. So thank you very much for foregrounding also Kathak as almost a contemporary genre of dance and communication. Thank you. And I now turn to Janine Shroff, and I'm very delighted that Janine has been wonderfully introduced by Sanjukta already. So I'll just be very brief. Janine Shroff is a London-based artist and illustrator of Indian origin. Her work explores themes of sexuality, identity, and ecology. So welcome, Janine Shroff.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for having me on this panel. It's been really enlightening to listen to everybody. I didn't have any slides, but I can show some of my work if I share my screen, I think, if that's possible. So I'm an illustrator, and I've been in London since I was 18 or 19. My work explores a lot of themes of gender, sexuality, detachment, and this sort of feeling of alienation, which I think was also developed when I came here, and that feeling was sort of underscored by a slight separation from sort of British culture and generally even Indian culture, because if you're gay, there is a way that you look at the straight world that is slightly different. So a lot of my work explores those kinds of themes. And one of the ongoing themes of my work is the idea of having children, because this is one thing that is very fixed into the gender role. A woman has a child, that is her purpose, that's what her body is for. And a lot of my work is about challenging those ideas and also using elements of Indian, I don't think this was a conscious decision, but using elements of miniatures, which I've always loved, and using the detail to draw people into a non-linear narrative story. So sort of making a personal and sort of general narrative around ideas of gender, sexuality, relationships, so on and so forth. I can talk specifically about this one, just to give you an example. This is sort of about the queer community in the UK, and also feeling like there wasn't enough queer community around me, and trying to celebrate that when I actually found it. So there's a lot of detail in here that sort of, I wanted to celebrate the gay community. So there's, there's pieces of my Persian heritage, there's cultural, like what I think of as gay icons, which are the My Little Ponies, which I think anybody who was gay in the 80s or 90s would kind of have gravitated to a My Little Pony. They were sort of remarkably homosexual in a way. And, crystals, mother goddesses, and also the bird-headed people as a sort of detached viewer of these kind of chaotic scenes. So I like to make them very detailed, and I like to have people discover lots of little lot of little things as they wander through these works. One of the questions I always get asked is about discrimination and have I felt it? And those are I find that a very tricky question for two reasons. My practice, unlike I've been listening to the panel, so many people's practices are very involved with other people. My practice is a deeply solitary one. It takes a long time to make these. They are A1. And beyond that, I'm also not, so if you're an Indian student, how do you stay here and continue your practice? You can't, you have to get a visa. And that is how I have continue to stay here. So I have a day job, which I'm supposed to be at right now. And then I have my evening painting practice. So it is a very isolated life and very schismed. So when I have discrimination or I've ever faced it, it has been so subtle that I wouldn't be able to put my finger on it, because it will just be non-inclusion, but in the most polite sort of British way. I think where, for me, I have noticed it in my generation is digitally, and not from people, because people are very encouraging in online spaces, but actually the platforms themselves will limit a lot of my work. So some of my work is being banned from Facebook, or I have to fight those bans, or I have to have long conversations with, the Facebook people, the customer supporters say, can you unban it? But actually some of these bans, what is interesting, it is just AI. So they might see, a part of a nipple, and that is enough to ban it. So for example, on Instagram, this work is banned because it has like hints of things. And if the AI picks up on that, that will get banned. So there are a few other works that are regularly banned. So every time I post something, the AI will scan it. And these AIs are all programmed by a certain group of people. They might be, white male. They might be in a different country. That's what they're looking for. But also it's so specific because they are programmed to protect a very specific subset of people who will be shopping on Facebook and Instagram or whatever it is. So it's like family people. They don't want to see anything related to queer art. They don't want to see anything even vaguely nude. But it is very interesting. Then on the other side of that, you'll have all these kind of very sexy accounts by straight women that won't get banned. So I find that area is where I do notice a lot of that. And then I won't talk too much more about my work because Sanjukta covered it. So, these two pieces are very specific to having babies. And this is a question that used to come up a lot for me as part of my gender, because this is just what you do. You have a baby. It's natural. And I used to fight that a lot. So these are the pieces that I've drawn for that. And this piece specifically, I'm very fond of. And I think about it often when I see people having children, because it is this ultimate trap, like motherhood. You're treated like a queen. Yes, you must be a mother. A mother is this very special thing, the mother goddess, Mother Earth. But then as soon as you become a mother, you are sort of trapped. And it was taking this idea of a termite queen who, as soon as she is fertilized, her entire life will be spent underground laying eggs, and she will lose her wings, she'll lose her legs, she will lose every part of her body except her uterus, and that will be all that she becomes, and she can't leave. If the termite mound has to be, sort of evacuated, she has to be carried across. And I see that parallel a lot between motherhood and women. And I guess I will wrap that up here. And thank you so much for having me. I know that was a little disjointed conversation, but there you go.
Thank you, Janine, for that extraordinary, conversation about your work. And, we've thrown light on so many aspects. One would always think of the digital space as very free and democratic until you actually alerted us to all kinds of, censorship by the AI. So that was very instructive. And also in terms of your own visual language, it being so transcultural and having so many multiple references, and they all come together to form this very, very kind of persuasive and compelling visual language. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we're going to turn to our last speaker, Meenatchi Gopal. She is currently the president of Kalaimaiyam, which is an art collective based in the UK. Meenatchi's work reflects a research on cultural change, partly through the lens of migration. She explores similarities in different heritage contexts and women's contributions towards the younger generation. Meenatchi Gopal, welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Sanjukta and Navtej. I'm really overwhelmed to be a part of this, grid, and also to see other extraordinary artists. It gives more motivation and inspiration. Thank you for that. Unfortunately, I don't have a presentation, so Sanjukta is helping me to share these images. So I was brought up in southern part of India, and then I relocated after I got married. After I relocated here, I had to go through many things. And when I become a mother, I was just comparing my childhood days with my daughters. And also I've been seeing a couple of children, what they are going through, how their life is, how stressful it is, even, at their younger age. So I started talking about it to my daughter, and then I realized there is, even if I take her back home, there are few things I cannot show it to her at all, because it's all destroyed. When the generation changes, every single thing changes, and there are few things which will never come back. So I thought I just want to paint all of them for her to picturize, visually see how it was. And then I thought, how can I be very unique in my own way? I don't want to be very complicated. I want it to be very simple, but then I want to tell people how stressful it is, how broken it is. So I created this language of broken lines. If you see, if you see it from the far, you can see a complete painting, but then if you just see it inside, we have this broken lines, because there's this, if you take even the occupation or women's role, or my father used to say many details, many things about my grandmother, how she was being really very brave, and how good they all were in martial arts. And these days, parents actually not even considering sending their children to learn any form of art, which is really a shame. And also, I realized there is this culture that we share. If you see this particular painting, there's this two women using the mortar. My grandmother used to use the stone mortar to make powders of all the pulses. And then when this artwork was exhibited, one of the women from Nigeria, she actually brought this painting, and she said, you know what, we actually did the same thing. We actually used the same mortar. So I felt like, it not only brings the happiness of my broken life, of my broken heritage, it also brings the memory of so many people from different culture, because every different culture has at least one unique thing in common. So I thought I can just bring all this to enlighten. And when you just display it, it just gives the joy, and it just gives you a time to think about how beautiful your life is, how natural your life was when you were young, but then how mechanical the life is for this generation. And also, if I just looked at it, I'm so sorry about my daughter just making some noise behind. She's just 6 months, so I couldn't move her anywhere. So I apologize.
No problem. Yeah.
So if you just see, as I was telling, when I was a child, I have seen a candy lady who brings an amazing candy, which tastes much better than what you find in departmental stores these days. And I have seen a lady who brings yogurt, the freshly made yogurt, butter and milk and everything. And this is the candy lady I could imagine and draw, because whenever I just come out of the school, she used to sit in one corner and she sells this. She makes all these beautiful watches, birds and everything. She was so very artistic, more than she's a candy lady. And we used to just rush to her, buy the candies. And those moments was the happiest moment of our life, of my life. So these days, I don't find women selling a candy like this, which is homemade, which is healthy, which brings so much of joy. And there's everything which is broken, and this particular occupation is totally destroyed. Nobody is doing it. And I have seen women doing beautiful potteries, because back in my village, my grandmother used to store all the pulses, the rice and the grains, everything in a huge pot. And these days you don't see them. It is just all destroyed. And when people learn how to be very quick, fast, all ready to use, they just move to such things, because everybody's life is very busy. But then they are not realizing that they are giving up on so much, including their health, their culture, their heritage, every single thing. So that is what I wanted to talk more about, my artwork. And since everybody has spoken a lot, so I just wanted to wrap up, just giving a little bit of information about this style of work. So if you see, there are multiple festivals which is not even celebrating the same way as it was earlier. So I gave a little bit of colors to talk about how joyful it is, and also I have made it a little bit broken how it is. So that is all about my work, and thank you very much to be a part of. Thank you for making me a part of this panel, and thanks for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Meenatchi, for that very, very interesting and fascinating conversation, where you shared about your own work. And also of course, it's very difficult for me to sum up all these different presentations, 8 presentations as part of the roundtable. But one thing which acted almost like a, link cutting across most of the presentations is the question of memory and how all these different art forms, whether it's music, whether it's embroidery, whether it's photography, they all, speak to the way in which memory is addressed as almost kind of an intangible heritage. And also the whole question of technologies, while some works were very much, about embracing traditional medium, like, embroidery, kathak, and so on. And there were some who were completely going the other way of being pro-technology, going digital and so on. So they're very, very differently nuanced works because of various choices made. Thank you all very much. And I think we have some time for holding Q&A. So I encourage you all to use the Q&A box for your comments or for, raising questions. One of you may have questions for the other person on the roundtable. Even that is perfectly fine. We can have a cross conversation in this roundtable. Oh, yes, there are 2 questions. Let me read that. Okay. So these are the earlier questions. Maybe I can just ask one question to set us off, and that's to Premjish. Premjish, since you talked about, expanded notion of caring as part of curatorial work, how do you think the strategies are going to change once you broaden the horizon to include the diaspora space? Because a lot of things that we looked at within the Indian context, like caste, would have very different ramification over here. And the way it speaks to race, for example. Because many speakers, including you, brought in this whole, the BLM aspect, the Black Lives Matter movement, which had a special resonance in the diaspora context.
I think let's go back to that fictional museum, the Great British Museum, which is there, and just contrasting it to the kind of works that are part of this exhibition from the diaspora, especially. Again, when we are emphasizing on context-specific approaches, we are already aware that the diasporic practices are also kind of embedded in the colonial and capitalist structure of cultural institutions there, the art museums and the public galleries and all there. And the coloniality is also underpinned by the frameworks, not only of art history, but also of art academies that tend to kind of reinforce this ethnographic and Orientalist paradigm. And even when we look at what you call the kind of practices that are like also representation, for example, let's take representation also. There are very few curators of color. I'm not only talking about the British context, but generally, even when I was in Switzerland, I heard a lot that there were so many galleries and all posting about Black Lives Matter and all, but when you look at their employees and their own representation, it was abysmal. You won't find anybody. So the issues of race, representation, coloniality are much more prominent here when we kind of contrast that. It's much more visible and activated as an alienated subject. And this I also felt that when I was there, I was an alien in a foreign land, and when I'm here, I'm an alien in a homeland. And I think that makes a huge difference when you are part of a diasporic community in a different country, which has also has this legacy of colonialism, cultural colonialism, and everything. So the questions to ask again is, what agency is there when we are producing this? And how, again, the non-Western cultural paradigms, the ways of seeing, their experiences, understanding objects, artwork, how can they also infiltrate these museums in challenging, in productive ways? And I think that's a significant difference in both these exhibitions.
Thank you, Premjish. Also, I think that's also something which struck me as I was listening to all the presentations, that there's so much about practice, rich range of practice. But the whole question is, how does the practice then relate to discourse, art discourse? Because that's also one of the ways in which one kind of, makes one's voices heard, in one's attempt to be part of the mainstream. So thank you very much. And I think it's a good point for us to round up the roundtable. And I once again thank all the speakers, participants for their fabulous contribution. And thank you very much. And now, as our program indicates, I'm going to briefly talk about, one of the artists from West Bengal, who has been part of the show. He's also part of the online exhibition, who has recently passed away. So I'm going to share a PowerPoint and briefly talk about his very important contribution. So just give me a minute to get set. Yes. Share screen. Share. I'll just make it larger, the screen. So yes, this is a kind of homage to Dukhosham Chitrakar, who had been part of the India-based exhibition. Dukhosham Chitrakar is, in India, he hardly needs introduction because he was one of the artists who got early recognition. And in fact, I was very, very taken aback when I received a phone call from his son, Rahiman Chitrakar, on 9th April. And his son, Rohiman, said that in Bangla, he said to me that, Baba Mara Gechen, Didi, that is, my father is no more. And I was absolutely, taken aback because I had known Dukhosham Chitrakar since I was an MA student way back in mid-80s. And in fact, it made me go back to my own archive and dig out a photograph of our documentation trip to Mednipur. And so this is actually, it came out in an article, and we were having some copyright issues, which is why, unless you get written permission from people who are in the photograph, we had to use those black strips, which actually makes it visually very, very shocking because it kind of creates a divide between us ethnographers. You can see myself and Pushpamala, the artist, who had gone there to document these amazing folk artists, and we actually lived with them. We lived, and we were treated as part of their extended family, and it was absolutely an amazing experience. So that was a time when we had come to know, and in fact, when I look back to that moment, at once all the issues that we are talking about in this workshop about the question of intersectionality, marginality, they all immediately came to us. We had to come face to face with these issues, so soon after this, Dukhosham Chitrakar actually got recognition because our teacher who sent us here on a fieldwork, the celebrated Ghulam Mohammad Sheikh, it was his research project that we were part of, and because of his patronage to Dukhosham Chitrakar, this artist zoomed into prominence, and his works were pretty sought after, especially in the Indian art scene. But it did not last for too long, because just I think a couple of years back, I would get desperate phone calls from Dukhosham saying that the pandemic had really hit the family in a very bad way. That almost they were had lost their jobs, their livelihood, going from village to village. They would open their scrolls and sing stories, and that was their means of livelihood. But that was all lost, and he was in a desperate situation financially. And so that's when I thought of, and he did not want any charity, and he really kept sending me parcels of these putts, the scrolls, and he wanted me to show it to my colleagues in my university and perhaps raise some funds for him. And so then I came up with the idea of asking him to commission. I commissioned him to make a putt based on this very early visit to their village. And what he came up with is quite extraordinary. I'll just show it to you. So that is his own take on how Ghulam Muhammad Sheikh, you can see over here, it was his idea that 3 of us should go and spend time with the artists in their own environment. And that was such a good idea because it really forced us to do this field work and be aware of the situation, the kind of circumstances under which the artists, they're doing their craft. And then the second screen is, this is his way of understanding how we must have traveled by train and how we were all carrying. One of us is carrying a camera, which is very interestingly, rotated using the traditional style. And so that is how he's talking about our entry into the village. And of course, he must have thought that, we must have passed through Calcutta, and he imagines Calcutta as a huge city with airplanes flying in the air, up there and so on. And then what is the most extraordinary slide, which I did not pay attention to earlier. So this is, he's showing me as professor in JNU, who is teaching my students. And it was only later on when I paid attention to this blackboard, which he has inserted in the classroom. And if you pay close attention to it, you'll see what is written. He's written in English and Bangla, Potter Katha. That is the story of the putt. And it was as if he wanted me to make the very story of patwa painting as part of my pedagogic practice. So it was his way of saying that, we want now, of course, we want to be written about, our histories to be acknowledged, and we also want to enter into the mainstream. And the more I look at it, I start looking at these faded letters. It was almost as if he had written it deliberately in a faded, script, admonishing us that, we're almost there. We were there, but we've not been written about. And it's high time that we are written back into history. And I am going to also share a detail from one of the pattas, which is on coronavirus, which was there in the JNU exhibition. And just one frame of, in the middle of this whole crisis, he can actually also devote attention to this great sense of brotherhood between the Muslim community and the Christian community, and how he expresses that. So you have, of course, one is passing through a very, very terrible phase. You have all these demonic-looking coronavirus. They are like, grinning away, whereas here you have all the people, like the Muslims, they're praying in their mosque. The Christians are praying in churches for this deadly virus the pandemic to come to an end. And what is also extraordinary about the Kosham Chitrakar is it was because of his support to his daughter-in-law, Lutfa Chitrakar. She also rose into prominence. And so he also comes across as an extraordinary, artist who also wanted a kind of, who in his own way thought about marginality. And he also did his own bit about, giving visibility to women artists from his own community. And this is just one example of the scroll made by Lutfa Chitrakar. This is a large scroll, but it is on the conventional subject matter of Ramayana, Rama, Sita, and Lakshman, going into the forest. And what is very interesting in this is that through the entire scroll, there's a lot of attention given to the woman protagonist, this Sita. She is the one who comes across as most eloquent, and the one who is, kind of standing her ground. all through the narrative. And I'm going to conclude with this last slide. And thanks to Saurabh Roy, he's also part of the project. He's a project coordinator from India. He drew my attention to this wonderful obituary by, I'll just read that. And he's also mentioned it. His demise on March 9th, 2022, lends this exhibition the unfortunate distinction of being his last. Years ago, in an interview that he had given to a magazine, Akar, the interviewer, Salim Malik, asked Dukhoshyam Chitrakar about how he feels when many of his pattas get ruined every year in flood. And Dukhoshyam Chitrakar replies that it is not much of a loss compared to the alarming loss of human and non-human lives around us. And so he says, the art in my putts is minor. Life is the major form of art. And as Saurav writes, his life truly was. So with that, I'm going to express my homage to such an extraordinary human being. And I was very fortunate to have known him. Dukhoshyam Chitrakar. Thank you very much. Over to Raminder. Would you like to, or Tej?
Thank you, Parul. That was very moving. Such a sad loss to not just the past, but the future of certainly scroll arts. And we just hope to be able to access his work, his ideas memorialized in his scroll paintings in the future. And obviously the gallery exhibition that you organized along with others at JNU is a fitting tribute to that, although at the time you didn't know that his works would actually end up being part memorial in a way. But yes, and I'm so happy that you introduced us and myself also, because I came across his work through you about 4 years ago and came to UK with the scrolls in my suitcase. I'm so grateful for that opportunity. Even though I didn't meet him, I kind of feel like I know him through you and, to touch his scroll works, his artworks. So we are nearing the end of I hope you agree, a wonderful workshop, a half-day workshop. I think it could have gone on for longer, and I think it is. We're running over by about 10 minutes, but I'm glad you're still there. So I'm going to try and do a wrapping up, a summing up of everything that we went through today, and that's quite an impossible feat. So what I'm going to do is just some fragments, offer some fragments, some thoughts. And I quite like Bisaka Sarkar's concept of my head is buzzing, and it is certainly buzzing because there's no way I can capture everything that's been mentioned here. But what I can talk about is the process of how we came together for this Grid Heritage project and where we are now and where we might be in the future over the next few minutes. So I think it was 2019, we had a collective vision. I was in Kenya at a workshop. Navtej was in USA where her family are, and Parul was traveling somewhere between India, I think, to Germany. So whilst we're in these various different areas, we put in this proposal to the AHRC in UK and the ICHR in India, with this exciting plan to focus on gender and intersectionality on Indian and diasporic, hence grid heritage. And idea, it wasn't very clear at the time, it was a proposal, was to focus on those people and practices who are discriminated along the intersecting lines of gender, caste, class, and race or ethnicity, along with their heritage work, so that they're fully appreciated, engaged, and supported at national and transnational levels. We hope to have done at least some of that. So anyway, our wish was granted later that year in 2019. but it was a septic wish. Since then, we've both retreated and moved on. We retreated because of, obviously, the pandemic. We had to postpone our plans twice, and these are transnational plans, so it involved flights and actual in-person events, but which didn't happen except for the one exhibition at JNU. And we so basically withdrew all our plans for live events, except for the JNU exhibition, All Canaries Bear Watching, which I had the pleasure to actually see in person because I went to India in March. And I can vouch for the very different experience afforded by the visceral in-person event. For instance, I'd just seen photographs up until that point of the exhibition, All Canaries Bear Watching. By going there were elements in the actual space that are not there in the photographs of the exhibition, including other artworks that we have on the online gallery. I also managed to understand the thoughtful way the spaces were connected. It was intersecting and there was adjoining rooms. There was also this breeze that was going through, which moved some of the pieces, the artworks, especially one by the Tandul Fund of Archives. And so that when you see it on the online gallery, it just looks like a totem, but actually the blouses on the totemic art piece move. So they're kind of, they move with the atmosphere. I particularly appreciated the interjoining rooms for the audiovisual work. So, for instance, the works of Dayanita Singh and Mitu Sen were put in these are audiovisual works were projected on a screen in adjoining rooms. And so there was an overlap with teaching spaces. The exhibition was not just a space of observation, but also of interaction and education. There were books laid out on tables and chairs in the exhibition space, so as people could actually sit down and learn more about the wider context of hierarchy, intersectionality, issues to do with artworks, issues to do with caste discrimination, and other such subjects which are related to the topic. So that, in a way, yes, there's a retreat, but there are also these lovely spaces which we could manage to build within these constraints. So I said we retreated when we moved on. We moved on because over the last 3 years, because we began to further interrogate what we mean by gender, what we mean by intersectionality, and also by heritage, as well as the regional time spaces. So earlier it was going to be India and the UK diaspora. I'm going to go through each of these terms in terms of how we're beginning to further build on these concepts. So gender and intersectionality began to expand, to continue to explore the complex interstices between what seem like fixed identities to do with gender, race or ethnicity, caste, class, etc., and also to expand to consider the differential and hierarchical hegemonies. And these are biophysical, social and political, as they relate to sexuality and disability. And I think you can see that with some of the examples of the artworks that Sanjukta showed you earlier. As Parul has already pointed out, there is a third space here to explore, the in-between spaces that are not actually fixable, and they allude to the vagaries of identity, poetics, and politics. We also moved on from our earlier plans to coordinate this project along the axes of crafts, threads and echoes. So with crafts, we were going to consider paintings, illustrations, three-dimensional objects that remain outside the main canons of national and diasporic narratives. With threads, we were going to consider embroidery and textiles that have conventionally been dismissed as low caste or low class, and or women's work associated with domestic confines. And with echoes, we were going to consider, and we still do, music performances that are either suppressed erased, or marginalized that might be reflected in creative expressions and interventions such as song, dance, drama, digital art. And we're trying to push boundaries and challenge assumptions of status, pollution, or deviance that stigmatize the performer and the performance. So whilst we're trying to do this, we also noted stimulating synergies, and they've already come out today, as well as in our earlier workshop based in India. And is particularly highlighted when we went through the online gallery together today. So regionally, we were going to focus on India and the diaspora in UK, but we moved away from India alone to consider the making of such nation states. So for instance, we have the example of pre-partition artworks, and Amajit Nandra in particular actually reflects on those earlier moments. And we have other artists who cross and interrogate boundaries between nation states. So for instance, in the India workshop, we learned about Shilpa Gupta, who's also in the online gallery, and her works, how they force us to consider the cartographies of nation states or reconsider them. And today we also looked at various artworks, including those by Sahaya Visions and Mukul and Ghetto Tigers, who constantly work with artists based both in Britain and also in South Asia, especially Bangladesh and India. We also moved away from the diaspora in UK alone to consider a more fluid transnational nexus, where artists based in India had tenures or tenureship and work abroad. So for instance, Dayanita Singh and her work in Germany, Premjish Achari, the curator who talked earlier today, and his work in Basel, and many others. There are also twice migrants to consider. So for instance, those people who may have ancestry in India or South Asia, and they moved to UK by way of East Africa, such as Mahinder Kaur Bamra, and also Blossom Carrasco, who did the digital artwork for the online gallery. And there are other artists, there are about 5 or 6 artists who will appear next week, so tune in for that, the second version of the launch. One of whom is Mir Sohail, who's a Kashmiri who moved from India in the process of the last couple of years, and now is based in New York. And his work, along with a few others, will be posted next week, so do stay tuned in. And there's also those people who are based in UK but return constantly, and sometimes even for longer terms, to India, a good example of which is Kamal Korea. But this is not to see India or South Asia as merely as a place of origin, homeland, or history alone. For instance, as we've pointed out in the online exhibition, some of the oldest pieces in the gallery were actually found in UK, as diasporic Asians brought artworks and items along with them and kept them for their heirlooms and archives, as we saw with Gyanko and the Apna Heritage Archive. So here we have a cross-section of constantly shifting routes, which is with the U, the American way of saying it, and rerouting. So with a myriad of journeys, changing pathways and positions that we either willingly or are forced to adopt or navigate. Now, with regards to the term heritage, we moved on to interrogate the misleading yet often trenchant divisions between arts and craft or heritage, tradition and modernity, manual and technological, domestic and professional, pasts and futures, where memories memorialized through myriad media make the present and the future. Through this, as Chandan Mahal and Lata Desai showed in the roundtable, is the importance of woman-to-woman transmission, or we may broaden that to consider woman to children in general. The only way we could begin to fix all these moving territories for the practicalities of our Grid Heritage project was to focus on individuals as part of larger groups or collectives, and the notion of labour in individual works of art, or the labour in creativity, that is artworks, that we do not overly artworks where we do not overly fetishize the object, nor overlook the socio-political context as to what gets included and what gets excluded from hegemonic artistic circles. And these could be galleries, museums, auctions, and the market in general. So in a way, the way we're looking at artworks, which informs grid heritage, is to go beyond the more than the obvious, from the fleeting to the more concrete, the fluid to the more constrained, and the transgressive to the more policed. Recently, I came across the term Black inclusive to accommodate those other races and ethnicities in South Africa who continue to live with prejudice. So we may extrapolate along such all this variety of axes to consider grid heritage inclusive. Premjish Achari's talk on the importance of care and caring in curatorial work is instructive and inspiring here, for these concerns also apply to the more nebulous realm of creativity. And I was just playing around with the term care, and I love acronyms, so I just thought of another one to add to grid. I was thinking care, creativity, artworks, resistance, and equality. So can this be the future? Anyway, can we get away from hierarchy? These are quite impossible questions, I think, but these questions are nonetheless important. Or is it more like heterarchy? That is when you have a number of interrelated units of authority. And in this quest, do new hubs of authority emerge that might be just as constraining or oppressive? So these are questions that we need to continuously negotiate and interrogate for the future. I liked how Sanjukta picked up on the concept of birds in several artists' work. And I think that's a very interesting metaphor, and I'm coming to the end here. So maybe we can focus on the notion of the bird. Birds want to fly, and obviously it's there in the exhibition, by the way, Canaries Must Bear, watching that Premjish came up with. So birds want to fly, but often they're in danger of being trapped or caged. Our identities are bird-like, but to adapt Max Weber's phrase, they are trapped in the iron cage of modernity. Identities are both a liability and a resource that artists have used in a manner of ways to transgress and often transcend such cages. Borders and boundaries should not matter, but they are forced to matter. And in their navigation and even erosion, we emphasize and celebrate journeys, fluidity, freedom, and global democracy, going back to the true sense of the demos as people-based and not politician-based, hence grid heritage arts futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Raminda, for that. I'm hearing an echo here. Okay, it's gone. Yes, okay, so a lot of things to think about. And I think that's the point of thinking about grid heritage futures, that this is a conversation that is going to continue in lots of different ways, even though this is the end of the project. I'm just going to make a brief thanks and in terms of the overall project, the end of this workshop, on behalf of the Grid Heritage team, the two investigators here, Professor Parul Mukherji from JNU and Professor Raminda Kaur from University of Sussex. Significantly want to thank the members of the team, Sanjukta Ghosh, the UK Grid Project Coordinator and UK Exhibition Curator, Saurav Roy, the India Grid Project Coordinator, and it's not as though the UK-India were sustained in a way that Raminda's just been talking about. The work was going across, was constantly reflecting the kinds of transnational border crossing kinds of dynamics that have really come through in some of the conversations we've had already. To Premjish Achari, the JNU exhibition curator, and also for the various other forms of contributions to the project's evolution and ideas. To Blossom Carrasco, the web designer, who really, if those of you who have a chance to look at the web pages will see, you know, what a wonderful space has been created as a legacy of the project, to go well beyond the life of this project. So, and I think the artist profiles there, in particular in the online gallery, are showcased in a way that a lot of it is through the vision of Blossom's work there. To Farida Dunmary from the Center and Programs Office at SOAS for logistical and technical support today. I'd also like to thank our funders, the Arts and Humanities Research Council, the AHRC, the Indian Council of Historical Research, the ICHR, and support from the Sussex Asia Centre, the South Asia Institute, SOAS, and the Gender Declaration. So the Grid Heritage Online Artist Gallery is still being completed, and there are a few more profiles which are yet to be coming really in the next coming week or so. So there's some photography by Verinder Madoke, podcasts and a film by Randeep Madoke, who's quite a renowned documentary maker and based in Punjab, with 5 artist profiles coming there, and an artist profile by Kashmiri cartoon artist Mir Suhail. So do look at the online gallery, and as it evolves at the completion of the project, to be able to appreciate the full gamut of the kinds of art and artists and in issues that we've been talking about. So I'd just like to end this vote of thanks by thanking the artists, first of all, and also the practitioners and panelists on the roundtable today, who've shared their reflections as well as their art with us, which has really made what this entire project, well, made it all possible. So thank you to you all and for attending today.
So are we going to end with some songs?
And can I also mention about the survey?
Yes.
Sorry, I think if you turn mute, just mute yourself. Remember, can you just mute yourself?
Yes, put up the survey and the songs. That'd be brilliant. Yes, put up the survey and the songs. That'd be brilliant. If everyone here could fill in this survey, it's 5 minutes of your life. We'd be eternally grateful. Is it in there, in the chat? So we're just going to have 2 songs, one you've just heard and another one which plays the notion of Lalon, a 19th century Sufi wanderer.
could stay here.
The rest of the film can be watched on the artist gallery for Amina Khayyam.
I think that's it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the participants, to all the artists, to all the attendees.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.